507 program or SBEAP chair representative. Jennifer Wittenberg from Iowa is with us, and she is our representative, our alternative or alt representative. Her and I cover different communications with the National SBEAP or the National Steering Committee. You hear it called NSC. And so we're completing a 2-year term. And so I'm putting a plug in early today that we are looking for a new rep and an alt. So it's really great if you rotate, and we'll talk later about what all is involved in that. So with that said, what I would like to do is do some brief introductions around the table, just so that we make sure everyone has an opportunity to introduce themselves. And when you do speak, I will ask you to turn your camera on. Otherwise, I will ask people to stay muted and to keep your cameras off, please. So let's start, Jennifer, with you in Iowa.
Good morning, everybody. Jennifer Wittenberg. I am the program manager for the Iowa Air Emissions Assistance Program, or SBEAP, here in Iowa. And I've been with this center now since 2007, so for quite a while. And I am happy to be here today, and I will turn it over to my coworker, Chris. You're muted, Chris.
Sorry, guys. I'm Chris Christensen, and I work with Jen at the IWRC at UNI.
Great. Nice to meet you, Chris, and welcome. You're probably our newest SBEAP person, so we're really, really glad to have you joining the Region 7 team here. Next, let's go to Missouri, please.
Hi, this is Bob Randolph. I'm with Missouri DNR's air program in Jefferson City. We have 1 FTE. I've been with the SBEAP program since March of 2020, but I've been with the air program since June of '93, so I've got some experience with a variety of issues. Steve Hall, my former supervisor, was unable to attend today. He's been promoted to the Air Program Director at the end of August, and we have not filled his previous position, so I'm the only one here today from Missouri.
Well, welcome, Bob. We're glad you're here, and congratulations to Steve. I know he's been involved in the Region 7 program and been very active for several years, so we appreciate his leadership. And excited for him. I don't think there's anyone else from Missouri, so let's go to Nebraska next, please.
You're muted, Brenda, or Belinda, sorry. We can't hear you, Belinda.
Okay, well, Belinda, I'm not sure. Let me see if I can fix that for you. I will get you, I'll ask you to unmute, Melinda. So you should have just gotten a notice to unmute. Oh, you muted yourself. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
We can, yay.
Hey, thank you. So I'm Belinda Fowler. I'm with the Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy. I've been with the agency since 2018. About 1.5 FTEs here in our agency for the SBEAP program. We did a record number of compliance assistance visits, and we're happy to be here today. So thanks, Nancy.
Awesome. And I'll just say to the full audience that a little later today, about 12 o'clock, 12:15, we'll be hearing from each of the states to do a brief state report out. So, and finally, let's go to Kansas and let's go first to what would be Eastern Kansas. Allison.
I'm Allison Crowther. I have been with SBEAP and PPI for about 3 years now. I'm training some in air quality now, done USTs, and other than that, just a little bit of everything.
And Allison is working as kind of our technical behind the scenes today, letting people in and helping with any or identifying any glitches. So you can message her if you have any technical questions. So let's go next to Linnell.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Linnell Ladd. I'm with K-State Pollution Prevention and SBEAP, and I've been with SBEAP since November of 2016. And before that, I worked in ambient air quality at our state agency at KDHE.
All right, thank you, Linnell. And around the table here, Lena, would you kick us off?
Oh, sorry, take my mask off, I guess. Can you hear me? Good morning, all.
Yes.
My name is Lena Divakar, and I am with K-State PPI. I've been here for a little more than 3 years, and I'm experienced in water resources, water quality. Yes, that's what is my area of expertise here at SBEAP. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Arthur Fink. I am a specialist here at the Kansas SBEAP. I've been here for about a little over 4 years. Do a lot in water as well as solid waste and a little bit of hazardous waste, and I'm happy to be here today.
And I'm Nancy Larson. I'm the director with the Pollution Prevention Institute. So we are at K-State, just to orientate people from EPA. We are at K-State with the Pollution Prevention Institute. And so we have a contract with KDHE to operate the Small Business Environmental Assistance Program. That's an FTE in our state. We're lucky, we're about 2.5 FTEs. And then we complement our other funding through pollution prevention and some other funding through USDA. So we have what we call a multimedia program, and we're funded in different areas. So with that, let's go to EPA, and then we'll end up with. So Keith, if you want to facilitate the introductions for EPA, and then for Administrator Chu.
Yes, sounds good. I am Keith Johnson. I am the Regional Air Small Business Liaison, and my full-time role with Region 7, I'm the Kansas Air Permitting Coordinator. I've had the liaison role for about a year, and I've been with Region 7 for 5 years. And so let's see, I don't have the list of who is on with Region 7. So apologies. Wendy, are you on? Do you want to give an introduction?
Yes, hang on, let me get my video started. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Wendy Zuby. I'm the Acting Director of the Enforcement and Compliance Assurance Division here at Region 7, and I'll be speaking in a little bit this morning to give you an update on some things in the enforcement and compliance assurance world.
Thanks, Wendy. Is there anyone else besides Ed on from Region 7 that wants to introduce themselves?
Hello, can you hear me, Keith?
Yes.
Terry Blunk. Hello, this is Terry Blunk. I work at EPA Region 7 in the ECAD division. I help Wendy on all sorts of different projects for the ECAD division. Previously, I had been with the Risk Management and EPGRA program, and I've been with EPA since 2004.
Thanks, Terry. Anyone else, Region 7? Okay.
Yeah,
well,
if I pop up, Keith.
oh, there you are, Stephanie.
Yes, Stephanie Doolin, and I just wanted to sit in on the beginning of the meeting. I'm here to talk about air toxics in a bit.
Thanks, Stephanie.
All right, thank you so much. And I know Administrator Chu will have you introduce in just a minute. Let me go over a few logistics here. And just welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us via Zoom. Last year we used Teams. This year, most people were able to use Zoom, so we went ahead and used that. It has some advantages. I think most of you know that if you toggle towards the bottom frame of your screen, that is where you can use the chat bar, you can raise your hand. But we want to encourage you, please, to stay muted, or Allison or I will mute you if you are not, but we want to prevent any background noise. And then to use your camera during this introduction period, but then to turn it off to conserve bandwidth and to prevent any distractions when you're maybe looking somewhere else or moving around. We would appreciate that. But if you are presenting or asking a question, it's great to be able to see your face. We do want to encourage participation, so please don't hesitate to ask questions. We think we'll probably run a little ahead of schedule as we go through the morning, but we'll just see. So, so never hesitate to bring up something or ask some questions. And I think with that, I would like to turn it back to our regional air small business liaison, which is Keith Johnson there. And Keith, if you would introduce Administrator Chu, Acting Administrator Chu, and I will stop sharing in case there's another presentation that needs to be shared.
All right, thanks, Nancy. Yeah, I'd like to introduce our Acting Regional Administrator, Ed Chu. I really appreciate taking the time to speak with us today. So Ed.
Hey, thanks, Keith. And thank you everyone for joining us again this year for the Small Business Environmental Assistance Program Fall Meeting. I want to especially thank Keith Johnson in our office and the team that planned today's meeting. And let me apologize in advance because my dog is acting up quite a bit this morning. So you may hear him in the background, and he's probably just protesting my talk this morning with you. And this is the second year I think we're holding this meeting virtually. Nancy, I wish I could have joined you in your office. It looks like the three of you are together. And while I'm really glad to participate with you by video today, I'm really hopeful that next year we will be able to welcome you back into our regional office to hold the next meeting. And the Small Business Environmental Assistance Program is obviously a great resource for all small businesses throughout our 4 states. And Nancy, we really appreciate the work in your team at K-State do in supporting and managing this SBEAP program for EPA. The free environmental compliance assistance that you provide to small businesses in Region 7 states and across the nation is needed and much, much appreciated by those of us here in Region 7. I'm proud of the strong and continuous relationship that Region 7 and SBEAPs have maintained over the years and have continued to maintain that relationship even during the pandemic virtually. And it's my understanding that Keith and the other regional air small business liaisons across the country have been meeting regularly with EPA headquarters to revitalize the liaison role and strengthen the connection between small businesses and the regional offices. The continued efforts to further improve communication between the regional offices and the SBEAP is vital for our collective success. Communication between Region 7 and the SBEAPs has maintained a priority for those of us here over the years, and many of our fellow regions are looking to reevaluate and strengthen their own lines of communication as well. We recognize the value of your feedback, so please do not hesitate to reach out to Keith with any questions that you may have. He's here as a resource for you, and as in his role as a liaison, he's your primary connection to our regional office. And if he doesn't know the answer, he can work to connect you to someone in the office or elsewhere in the country that does know the answer. So let me now briefly turn to the administration, the Biden administration's priorities. As you know, the Biden administration's priorities include several key EPA mission areas. And the first is the agency's emphasis on environmental justice. The administration is taking decisive action, in my opinion, to advance and uphold environmental justice. And as part of the recently published draft of the EPA strategic plan, which is a roadmap in how EPA is going to do our work and carry out our mission in the next few years, a major national goal is to achieve progress for historically overburdened and underserved communities. And we're focused on ensuring fair treatment and meaningful involvement all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, in developing and implementing our environmental laws, regulations, and policies. And of course, the other priority that I have to mention is climate change. Tackling climate change is a huge challenge, and small businesses, of course, have a very important part to play in that. In fact, small businesses are on the front lines of sustainability, green energy, and pollution prevention. We've had the opportunity here in Region 7 to honor several businesses through our WasteWise and Pollution Prevention Awards. Let me share with you two examples. The first is Kansas Dairy Ingredients right here in Kansas, Hugoton, Kansas. Kansas Dairy is a dairy manufacturing facility and won a P2 award by saving over 48 million gallons of well water through use of a constructed irrigation pump. Really a big accomplishment. And the second company to note is Doherty Steel in Paola, Kansas, also in Kansas, a steel manufacturer that looked at the entire operations, that looked at their entire operation system, from reducing hazardous waste and adding solar panels. They even replaced their fluorescent lights with bulbs with LEDs, and they were the 2020 P2 award winner. Clearly, businesses must take these kinds of proactive steps to make meaningful progress on climate change. And at EPA, we want to do everything that we can do to facilitate and support those actions. We're engaging with state and local governments who have been delegated many of the environmental regulations. We're providing outreach to local communities to build collaborative partnerships that center on community priorities and involvement. And we're also continuing our regional relationships with all of you, the SBEAPs. We're seeking your assistance in helping businesses support environmental justice and combat climate change. SBEAPs can provide feedback, support, and elevate issues that you encounter within the communities of your states. And we have a shared goal for businesses to achieve environmental compliance to protect human health and the environment. We're also focused on compliance assistance and fulfilling our enforcement priorities. At EPA, we're working to make durable decisions on rulemakings that won't create a whiplash every few years for the industry and other stakeholders. And we need to hear from members of our regulated community. The regulated community always has a seat at the table here in Region 7, and their voices can help shape the rules that we're promulgating to implement our laws. While we may agree that protecting human health and the environment are critical, we may see these issues from different perspectives. While we may not see every issue eye to eye, please know that your voice and your feedback on the issues are important to us, and that we are working to make important headway on regulatory front so that we have durable solutions. I appreciate all of you coming to the table today. In today's meeting, Wendy Luby, who just introduced herself, will talk about our enforcement priorities as they relate to small business community. Stephanie Doolin, who you also just met, will also share important updates on air toxics, including ethylene oxide. And I know that I've seen the agenda, and I know that you have a great agenda today. So I hope you have a constructive day of discussion amongst yourselves, as well as our team here at EPA. As I wrap up, I want to reiterate that we do share a common goal to help businesses stay in compliance, and when they're not, to get them back into compliance as quickly as possible. You're at the front line for many businesses seeking guidance to navigate their regulatory requirements. So your efforts are critically important to them and to us at EPA and to communities. Again, thank you for your work in supporting small businesses and helping to protect human health and the environment. And I hope you have a great meeting today. Nancy?
Thank you, Acting Administrator Chu. I really appreciate your time. I understand that you will take a couple of questions.
I
Is that
will do
right?
that. Yes, yes.
Okay.
And I will also, just so for those of you who do not know this, I am a career EPA executive, and I'm the senior career executive EPA here in Region 7. And many of you see me just every 4 years or every 8 years, like you see the infrequent cicadas when there is a presidential transition. So we are waiting for our regional administrator to be appointed by the president. And so I have been acting since the inauguration, and every day I'm hoping that the president will appoint someone quickly.
So can you tell us where you worked before? In what area you worked before?
Oh, sure. I actually have a long history at EPA. I
thought
have
so.
almost,
It would be good to know.
Yeah, I have almost 30 years, and I've spent half of that in DC, working in the Office of Air and Radiation, and the Office of the Administrator, and Office of the Land and Emergency Management, what used to be called OSWR, but now it's Office of Land and Emergency Management. And I was also a founding member of EPA's Children's Health Program in DC. And the last half of, or the recent half of my career at EPA, I have served in similar executive positions in 5 regions, including Kansas. I've served in Philadelphia, Atlanta, Seattle, briefly in Chicago, and Kansas. I call Lenaxa, Kansas now a permanent home since 2016. See, so the first time that we're meeting is an indication that I do hide like the cicadas until called upon.
Well, that is really interesting. That's great. Thank you for sharing that. And, we're just very, very lucky to have someone like you leading us with all your experience and everything. We appreciate your.
And I will just also share that my support for small businesses go a long way back at EPA as well. And at the beginning of President Obama's administration, I actually served as a Deputy Associate Director at the Council on Environmental Quality at the White House, working on green job issues. So I am very much supportive of small businesses working on sustainable jobs and green jobs. So I hope you are working on that as well to support fight climate crisis.
Right, and so I'll kick a question off, and hopefully one of my colleagues will have one too. But we know that environmental justice is a priority, and we do know climate change is a priority, and climate change and strategies to help achieve climate change with regard to our small businesses, as well as from a pollution prevention standpoint, our medium and larger industry is a lot more obvious to us than how we approach and how we see, or how EPA sees environmental justice, specific environmental justice activities, tangible activities that we will do as 507 programs, as technical assistance programs, because certainly we serve some of those communities now, but do you have any idea, is there a specific approach we should be thinking about taking, whether that's using the EJ screen tool or a different approach to serve and identify those communities?
And so what I would say about that is, I think in terms of supporting businesses, I think there are a couple of things that I'll say at a very high level. The environmental justice is really about ensuring there's equal protection, equal environmental protection, regardless of race, income, or in this case, where people live. And for businesses, the last piece is really important, right? Most of our businesses are located in communities. And I think really they care deeply about the communities that they serve. And they are part of the community. And I think that's where environmental justice issues become important. The first part of it is really an engagement with the community, I would advise, which is to have much more of a engagement about the footprint and the work that you do, both things that like we talked about Kansas Dairy and Doherty, the work that they do to not only be green and tackling climate crisis, but what they're doing in the community to lessen their environmental footprint. I think, but also primarily really to be able to listen and engage with the community and feeling out, as well as listening about and the information that they have about the facility and so on. That's really important because all of the environmental justice issues are very, very community specific. So from a advice to business perspective, those are the two first things that I would advise. In terms of what's going on at the national level, the president's the bipartisan infrastructure deal, the infrastructure bill that he signed into law yesterday, as well as the Build Back Better bill that's being negotiated next, will bring a substantial amount of resources into infrastructure, as well as supporting media programs at EPA. And remember, those the funds that are coming are not just to EPA, for the entire government. And so when the president talks about climate and EJ, he also talks about the whole government approach. So from a small business perspective, I think there will be opportunities, funding opportunities that are going to be also available through these two mechanisms, as well as from EPA's perspective, we're also building a lot of technical support capabilities to help communities address environmental pollution, environmental justice issues that are very localized. And Keith is, again, the person for you, I think, to be able to kind of tap into all of that. And right now, everything is still, as I said, the bipartisan infrastructure deal was just signed into law yesterday by the president. So there's a lot going on at EPA, both in terms of environmental justice and climate, and also with respect to the infrastructure and the Build Back Better bill, if that gets passed. And there's a lot more funds available for EPA and the federal government and states. A lot of the monies are going directly to states as well. And I'm sure you're following that. And that should help many of the colleagues who are on the call today to help both on the climate crisis as well as EJ issues.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. Are there any other questions? I'm not seeing any hands up. I don't think you're seeing any either. Are you, Allison?
No, I am not.
Okay.
I have to tell you, these video calls are the toughest because of this.
Right. We like dialogue, guys.
Yes, of course.
So everyone on my team, like one question from everybody on my team throughout the day anyhow. So we'll definitely do that. All right, well, Acting Administrator Chu, we appreciate your time and your leadership and we just thank you for being on today, and special thanks to Keith for securing you on this meeting. So we really appreciate it.
It was my pleasure, and have a great meeting.
All right, thank you. We will. All right, with that, let's turn it over to Keith. I get next on the agenda rather, and Keith, if you want to introduce Wendy, otherwise, Wendy, you can introduce yourself, and I think you know how to share the screen.
All right, Keith, do you want me to just take it from here?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm actually asking Terry to share her screen because I have some notes in my presentation, and I already have 3 monitors going, so I didn't want to confuse myself and get the wrong presentation going here. But thank you for inviting me. Let me take a second to introduce myself to you. My name is Wendy Luby, and I'm the Acting Director of the Enforcement and Compliance Assurance Division in Region 7. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we are and what we do. Just a little bit about my background. As Ed is acting, I am acting as well. My permanent job is to be the deputy of this division. Our director is currently doing an assignment with a national enforcement program, supporting them during this time of transition. So there's always lots of dominoes in EPA during presidential transition, and that lasts quite a while. So we're 11 months from that, but we're still, people are shuffling around a little bit at this point. But my background before working in enforcement is I've worked in Region 7 since 2007. And I've done a variety of things. I worked super fun, but most of my time was spent in kind of a policy shop in Region 7 doing a whole variety of things, from smart growth to lean government to state coordination and grants management. And before that, I worked at EPA headquarters. I was hired in 1998, and at headquarters, I worked on a variety of different programs, different topics, spent a lot of time on measurement and budget type things. So my background's a little diverse and not completely focused on enforcement, but that is what I'm doing now. And I'm excited to share with you a little bit about where enforcement and compliance assurance is at EPA. So Terry, can you move to the next slide? So what we're talking about today, I wanted to give you just a little update about how we're structured, because it's changed in the last 2 years, just to kind of give you a little context of where I'm speaking from. I want to talk to you about our National Compliance Initiative so that you can know what our priorities are as an enforcement program, as an agency. And I'm going to talk briefly about environmental justice and climate change and field presence. We have all been deeply impacted by COVID. As Ed mentioned, if we weren't, we'd be sitting in the same room having a more typical presentation here. Let's talk a little bit about where we're at with that. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is just enforcement and compliance assurance. Terry, if you can go to the next slide. So I know you probably have varying backgrounds and familiarity with how EPA is structured, but I wanted to just take a minute to set the context, because we throw around acronyms like crazy here, and I'm not sure that that is always so helpful to people we're talking to. So as Ed mentioned, at headquarters, our offices are led by political appointees, and we're still in that process of getting those folks confirmed and in their slots. So the Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance at headquarters is a national program that governs sort of all of EPA's enforcement programs. And that office is led by a political appointee. We have a nominee that is still working their way through the Senate process, and hope to have them on board. I guess I was saying November, but I guess if I'm being optimistic or not, I guess I'm being realistic, hopefully in early January, we'll have our political appointee on board. And several years ago, about I would say 3 or 4 years ago, the administration said, EPA, each of your regional offices is organized completely differently. So for those of you who've been working with EPA for years, you may share the frustration that I shared from internally, and many folks did, trying to work across EPA, and that some regions had an enforcement group, some people had enforcement spread out, some people had a water group, but other people had like a permitting group. So there was an effort made about 4 years ago to sort of standardize the organizational structure of EPA so that each region's organizational chart looked largely the same. And so when that happened, our Enforcement and Compliance Assurance Division in Region 7 was born. We still have the same reporting relationship with the national program, which we refer to as OECA, the Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance. But now each region has a division that is focused on enforcement. And that's where I sit right now as the acting director. But when we talk about anything in terms of environmental protection, it really is an enterprise. It is composed of national, regional, state, and tribal levels of government working together, and of course, working with the regulated community. There's many spokes. There's many spokes coming off the wheel, and we're only effective as we work together. And I know from the outside in, it can be very complex, and to figure out who has authorities where, and to make sure that we understand the messaging at all levels. And so that's one of the things we do pay a lot of attention to, and I know is really relevant to small business, to make sure that they're getting consistent messaging about what is important and what we're doing. So this reorganization, I think, was a step in that direction. A lot of what we do here in Region 7 in my group is to work with our state governments and our tribal environmental agencies to ensure that you're getting consistent messages and we are applying environmental programs equally across our states. And talked about environmental justice. This is a big overlay we have right now, just to ensure that environmental protection looks the same no matter where you live. So, in our little group in Kansas City, we have 3 different, we call them branches. We have an air branch, a chemical branch, and a water branch. And so in our group, just to give you an idea of scope and size, we have about 60, I'd say 65 in my talking points. We're working towards that. We have about 60 folks. And we do the whole enforcement process from soup to nuts. We target inspections, we conduct inspections, we develop cases, and we work to get companies back into compliance. So one of the things today I'm going to talk about is our different enforcement initiatives that we're focused on. And we're going to do a little deep dive into a few things that might be of interest to you. Okay, so Terry, next slide. Okay, so regulations enforced. Sometimes I laugh that the font shrinks, right, as we put these things on slides, because we are really responsible for the gamut of environmental statutes. And one of the things that we think about as an agency and as an environmental enterprise is really how that enforcement plays out on the regulated community. And for small businesses, as I was working on this presentation, one of the most important things, right, is that compliance should not hurt your competitive advantage if you're a small business. And so it's imperative that we ensure that folks are in compliance so that people who are doing the right thing are not harmed in any way for that. So, EPA regulates, I pulled this number, 1.2 million facilities. And it's interesting. We, when you look at what we regulate everything from automobiles to pesticides. It's a huge gamut that we're responsible for. And obviously, I mean, I don't even know what the resources would be like to do a deep dive into everything. So we don't do a deep dive into everything. We really do a lot of analysis and a lot of thinking about where we can have the biggest impact on environmental protection across the country, but specifically for us here in our 4 states. So Terry, next slide. So the way we do that are these national compliance initiatives. Terry, if you move on to the next slide. So these are on a cycle. And the compliance initiatives I'm going to talk about today were selected in 2019. There's 6 of them, and they'll be in place to 2023. So it's sort of a 4-year cycle. We do a lot of outreach as we come up with these. In fact, they're even published in the Federal Register for people to comment on. And these are the areas where we want to kind of focus our effort. We obviously enforce other things, do other things as well, but these are real areas of emphasis. I think they have the greatest impact on the environment. And if you notice, spanning from 2019 to 2023, they span administrations, which is fine. But I would say that right now there is more of an overlay on top of these of climate change and environmental justice. And Chu talked a little bit about that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. I'm going to walk through these. Some of these are more, I think, relevant to your group than others. But as we approach the end of this list, we're going to do a little bit of a deeper dive. Okay, very next slide. Okay, so the first one is Plein Air for communities. And the focus is reducing emissions on both volatile organic compounds and hazardous air pollutants. And so this is an initiative where we are looking at these sources and trying to tailor our enforcement to address the challenges here. Okay, let me go on to the next one. Mobile source, I think that we deem this one stopping aftermarket defeat devices. And this is interesting. I find it striking to audiences when we start to talk about it, the kind of significant contribution that mobile sources have on air pollution, and particularly that vehicles have that have been tampered with to remove emission controls. So under this initiative, we really are looking at illegally modified vehicles and engines that really contribute a great deal to our air pollution in this country. So under this initiative, the agency has spent time looking at businesses that are offering services to defeat pollution control and to try to stop that from happening. So we have a mobile source initiative here, which has been very effective over the last several years. And again, we are targeting not necessarily the individuals that have this under their vehicle, but to the businesses that are advertising that they will defeat emission requirements and that are doing this on a fairly large scale. Okay, next slide. So again, another huge priority for us is looking at significant non-compliance with NDS permits. And this is one of the big emphasis of the agency over the last several years is to improve surface water quality. And it's just essential that we do that to reduce the potential impacts on drinking water and just in general to ensure that sort of the worst actors here are addressed. One of the things, I couldn't talk about this without pausing a bit, environmental data is a challenge. And so this is an area where the agency has been working with states and others to really clean up to make sure that what the data is telling us is always true. I know you are users of our data and ECHO and other places, and it's something that the agency has devoted a lot of resources to, is to ensure that the data in those systems is accurate. Not that people are being misleading in what they're entering in, but the way state data systems work and how they interface with national data systems is something that's always evolving, and we take it very seriously in the agency. We're working hard on data quality in that way. Okay, the next slide, please. So again, this is something that's a huge priority for the agency, is reducing the number of community water systems that are out of compliance with health-based standards by 20%, 25%. We are working very hard on this. We have many initiatives underway, working very closely with state governments on this high priority. Okay, the next one relates to RIFRA. So again, this is another one we're working very, very closely with our states that are authorized to implement RIFRA, but to identify violations and leak detection for hazardous waste treatment equipment. So RIFRA era is something that we're devoting a lot of attention to. Okay, so our last NPI, if we go to the next slide, has to deal with chemical accident risk reduction. This is a huge emphasis, and it's a huge emphasis here in Region 7. And so what we are trying to do is reduce the likelihood of chemical accidents. And this is an area where we've had some regulatory changes, and I'm going to turn it over to Terry, who introduced herself this morning. Terry plays all sorts of roles in our enforcement division, but she is an expert in the risk management program. So I'm going to let her cover the next few slides to talk about some changes, because I think they are relevant to the small business community in ways maybe some of these other topics aren't quite as relevant. So Terry, do you want to go ahead and take on the next few slides?
Can do. So the goal of the next few slides is to give you a high-level view of the changes made to the program, the changes that are most likely to impact small businesses. These changes started due to an executive order after an explosion at a small business at an agricultural facility in West Texas in April 2013. It resulted in 15 deaths, mostly of first responders, and 150 injuries throughout the community. The changes are intended to promote better emergency planning and public information about accidents to hopefully continue the trend of fewer significant accidents involving chemicals regulated under this rule. There are many changes to the rule that I'm not going to cover, to Program 2 and Program 3 requirements, as well as what gets reported in the plans, but they were relatively minor compared to what we are going to discuss. On a later slide, we'll include the website where you can go for additional information to see what all the changes were for the regulation. So the major focus of the rule change was to enhance requirements for facilities to coordinate with their local emergency responders, whether that be fire departments or local emergency planning committees or LEPCs. This coordination must now occur at least annually, but more frequently if there is a change at the source, if there's a change to the source's emergency response plan, or to the community emergency response plan. Facilities are required to document how they coordinate with local authorities, who that is they talk to, and the nature of those conversations. And then facilities are also required to share information with the LEPCs and the fire departments, share their emergency plans, and make sure they have updated emergency contact information sent to those organizations so that all that information can be used to help develop and implement the local community emergency response plan. Another new section is required emergency response exercises. The provision that most affects small businesses is the annual notification exercise. That's where a facility just tests how they will notify emergency services that an emergency is occurring and make sure those numbers are current, accurate, and their employees know how to access them and what their process is to get those calls made. For facilities that actually respond themselves to an accident that help stop the chemical release occurring, that do not just solely rely on first responders, they are also required to develop an exercise program that includes both field exercises and tabletop exercises, invites local responders to participate in those exercises, and then after the exercise, do an after action report. What went well, what changes need to be made, and develop a system to resolve those recommendations. Now, the rule did add that if there is a release that essentially tested the emergency response plan, that response to that release can take the place of drills, as long as they develop an after action report and complete follow-up to make changes after the accident occurred. One final new requirement is that facilities are now required to hold a public meeting within 90 days of having a risk management program reportable accident that had offsite impacts. The idea of this meeting is to give the community information as to what happened and what the facility has done to make changes to help prevent future accidents. Just as a reminder, these accidents are not ones where just a chemical was released and there were no consequences. For offsite impacts, these include people not associated with the facility that died, had injuries, property damage, or environmental damage, or if the community was evacuated or sheltered in place. So several of the requirements are currently in effect. On the screen, the ones in blue are the ones that are already there. That includes that annual coordination requirement, some of the more minor changes to the prevention program, and then the most recent change that went effective is the public meetings. Those started to be required after March 15th of last year. So I know I went through things quite quickly. You know, at Region 7, we have staff that serve as our chemical accident prevention coordinators. They provide compliance assistance for small business and industry, as well as for the local and state responders. So as you're working with facilities, if questions come up you don't know the answer to, these are the people to call. How we arrange it is, so if facilities in Iowa have questions, call Jody. Kansas, Lorenzo, Missouri, Jody, or Nebraska, Diana. The idea being they're just more familiar with the industry and the issues in those areas. So to wrap it up, there's a number of resources listed on the screen. We will be providing this presentation with the links so that you will have it. The first link is the one that has the full rule changes. So if you want to go see what all the changes were, that's the place to go. The last bullet is guidance that the program put out for small businesses. So that would be a good one to hand out as you're working with facilities. That's all I had, Wendy.
Great, thank you, Terry. We'll have questions at the end. I just have a few more slides here and I'll go through kind of quickly in the interest of time to save time for questions. Okay, so Terry, if you can go to the next slide here. The other topic I wanted to, in addition to our National Compliance Initiative, a huge priority for the agency and specifically in Region 7 is reducing lead exposure through the Renovation Repair Rule enforcement. So this is really important and a very important program in our region. So what is required is that structures built prior to 1978, the lead safe practices are in place when renovating or repairing those buildings. And lead-based paint is extremely dangerous for pregnant women and children. And if proper precautions are not taken, really unchangeable effects can happen to developing brains in the nervous system. This is an area where we do enforcement in Region 7, but we also, again, to Terry's point, provide compliance assistance out to the regulated community. A lot of these firms are small businesses, and we strive to make sure they understand the rule and that they understand what they need to do to be in compliance with it. Okay, Terry, the next slide. I'm not going to spend, Ed talked about environmental justice quite a bit. And one of the major ways that we are incorporating environmental justice more predominantly into our enforcement program is through targeting. I believe Nancy may have mentioned EJ screening. If you're not familiar with that, that's a tool that allows us to look at areas and identify sort of the impact on that community from an environmental justice standpoint. So as we look at places to do inspections, we're considering environmental justice and the impact on the community moving forward. We're also looking for ways to engage communities, environmental communities that are overburdened, so that they can understand environmental impact and to report tips and complaints where they feel non-compliance is impacting them. Okay, the next slide. Climate change and enforcement. Again, climate change is I forget how Ed said it, a huge challenge. And it's something that we're looking at very much in our enforcement program and what we can do through enforcement to move the needle on climate change in this. And so again, we do that in both how we target inspections, but also in the relief that we seek when a finding of noncompliance happens. Okay, last slide has my contact information, and I will turn it over to you all to see if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And so we'll take any questions for Wendy or Terry. Just you can unmute yourself or and put your camera on if you're going to ask a question. That would be great. And or raise your hand.
Hello, Wendy. This is Arthur Fink from Kansas, and I've got a question for you. In showing on your the graph, especially on the NPDES enforcement, I noticed that there was quite a few of the significant non-compliance is what you're going after. What specifically are those non-compliance issues?
There's a mix of them, right? And I kind of hinted at there are some data quality problems there that I think is something we've been working to tackle, but there is obviously real non-compliance as well. It runs the gamut, but one of the areas again is DMR non-receipt. So it's sort of a reporting problem from the facilities, and that's something we're working closely with our states on to kind of get small systems to respond and submit the paperwork so that we know that they are in compliance. That's a major area in focus right now.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just wondering if there are any specific compliance tools. I don't know the sector well enough. If there's any of the states, I think Iowa maybe had a compliance tool in the past, or Arthur, I don't think we have any compliance tools that would assist with that paperwork, but.
Yeah, I'm not, I can't speak directly to the compliance tools, but I know that they're really working with their systems on different compliance assistance program and outreach and, you know, numbers they can call and things like that, and ways to follow up and reminders. I mean, I think some of this is really, you know, a small system and a small operator has a lot to do, and submitting paperwork to EPA may not be what they consider the most value add or quick thing to do. So I think one of the things states really have been working on is trying to help the state or help the systems remember to report and help them do that. Different states sort of are trying different approaches to do that, but I think we're going to see a lot of benefit from that moving forward.
Has it mainly been in the public sector, the public wastewater treatment plants, or are you also seeing those issues in private entities that have NPDES permits as well?
I think this is mostly the public, in the public realm that we're looking at.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Good differentiation. Thank you, Arthur. For those of us who don't know that, regulation very well.
I did not spend a lot of time on that because I wasn't sure it was overly relevant.
Well, until I see someone else show up with a question, I do have a couple of questions.
Okay.
So one is, Wendy, and we're featuring this later, two different sectors where states are doing focused compliance initiatives. In Iowa, they're working with 7D and grain elevators. And in Kansas, we're doing non-discharging ready mix concrete. And so those compliance initiatives through the SBEAPs have sometimes been named different environmental compliance management programs where we go in as the SBEAP, the confidential non-regulatory agency, and we act similar to the regulator, but we are there in a more educational capacity, perhaps using the same checklist or a similar type of checklist. Maybe it's multimedia in some cases. And those initiatives tend to build relationship with the small businesses and the industries break down some barriers from a stigma of regulation, and then can be a more successful from a compliance relationship, as well as then, you know, possibly P2. Is there anything nationally that EPA is looking at for that model? I've seen it done with printers. I've seen it done with auto body, auto repair. We're doing it with ready mix. There's probably some other dry cleaners, some other targeted sectors too. So, and those have been state initiatives, mainly the ones I know about are Region 5 or Region 7. Anything like that on the horizon, Wendy?
Well, first of all, it's amazing work. And when I've looked into it, it's very impressive. And it really does help those sectors advance the ball and create that bridge. So thank you for the work you're doing there, because I think it's tremendously important. I'll have to get back to you to see if we have anything going on that right now. I'm not familiar with anything at the national scale. And I think, you know, as you indicated, these tend to come at the regional level. And so, but I will look and see what is happening nationally and provide that information to you.
And one of the reasons I ask is because we work, of course, with this National Small Business Environmental Assistance Program, and Keith is our liaison with EPA. And if we had some kind of funding that would allow us to do a national initiative where all these different programs worked kind of in tandem with a sector, we could probably have a pretty big impact, because we could also pull in like trade associations or local groups, and we could have a kind of a focused effort when it comes to especially air quality, water. Of course, RIFRA kind of goes across, you know,
Right.
all those different sectors.
Absolutely.
So just a little
Yeah.
idea for you.
Yeah,
And
no, I
you
appreciate that.
So, and I know oil and gas is a big issue right now. We're not necessarily seeing that there's a lot of small businesses associated with oil and gas that meet under the definition, under the 507 program definition of 100 or less employees.
Right.
But just to let you know that too. And so I put that question out to you, and if you can get back to us, or
Yep.
Keith can follow up, that would be awesome. But I know that, you know, the majority of our states would be very interested in collaborating on a sector-specific compliance initiative, because we would learn from each other, steal tools from each other, you know, not reinvent the wheel, and then, you know, be able to kind of report back too.
Yep, I understand. Yeah, let me do some digging and I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, that's cool. My other question's for Terry. So Terry, thank you. It's always great to hear your information. And we haven't had you on in a couple of years, but we usually see you at Region 7. I know in Kansas, the risk management plans are that whole program is done through the Kansas Department of Ag. And in the other states, is it done through Department of Ags, or are there any SBEAPs working on that program? And
So,
if not, how could we help?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any SBEAPs being overly involved in the program. In Kansas, actually, KDHE is starting to look at the program and has a new employee that they hope to train up, not just in EPCRA, but in compliance assistance for 112R. So hopefully, you know, she'll be a good resource. Her name is Alexis Crawford. I don't know if you've ever worked with her, but they're working to get her up. In Missouri, it had previously been Department of Ag, but I think that's fallen off. MDNR is talking about picking it up. And then the other states, they're really hands-off when it comes to risk management. Almost all the compliance assistance is through Region 7. So So yeah, any ideas if the SBEAPs are interested in learning more so that they can take up more of a mantle for compliance assistance, the program would definitely be all ears.
Well, and I'm just wondering, does Kansas Department, or the other Department of Ags, I guess it would be Kansas and Missouri. I mean, if those Department of Ags are not interested in doing the program, or the program's just not advancing, of course, you've got these new requirements, then, do we want SBEAPs to be more involved in that?
I think it's definitely a good discussion to have. Yeah. One thing I did forget to mention, Nebraska, they don't, the state fire marshal office, they don't have a risk management program, but they do inspect all ag facilities, which are our primary small businesses, every 3 years for the industry standards, but they don't look at it for the full risk management rule. So that is one other entity that is partially doing part of the puzzle.
Okay. Linnell had a comment about KDHE only being involved in the anhydrous ammonia or other ag products.
No, Department of Ag, not KDHE.
Yeah, the Department of Ag would definitely have an ag focus. That's right. So anhydrous ammonia, they might talk to those that use anhydrous to react it to make other chemicals as well, but primarily anhydrous.
Nebraska or Iowa? Missouri, any comment on that?
I have not done anything from the SB side of things related to that. So I don't know if Christine has any information about the state. You're muted, Christine.
Sorry. No, I don't have any additional information on that. DNR does work pretty closely with our Department of Ag. Department of Ag actually does some things that, in my opinion, DNR should probably be doing so, but we have a pretty cooperative relationship with Department of Ag.
Okay, great. Anything else?
There was one question in the comments about OSHA's risk management and EPA's risk management. Just want to mention that here in the region 7, we have what's called a chemical safety security work group, where OSHA's PSM, as long as other groups, and DHS get together and talk about outreach and talk about compliance issues we're seeing. So that's the main connection to that group, or to OSHA's. We will talk about what compliance initiatives we're having going on, and if there's any way we can jointly help each other get the word out. So that's the main connection between us and OSHA right now.
Good, thank you. And Bob, did you have something?
I was just going to say we haven't really dealt with much with the ag side of things with risk management. We have looked at some toxic things, toxic rules and things of that nature on a slight basis, but again, not really with an SBEAP focus. It's something maybe we should consider coordinating with our agricultural, our MDA as well, but we haven't really done much with SBEAP on that yet.
Right, and unless we've got a directive, we typically won't. And so that just to, give you that history of connection, Terry. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, thanks, guys. And
thank you so much for having me.
Wendy, thank you. Yeah, your department's, work is really critical hand in hand with our work, and we appreciate how you guys have reorganized. I mean, it just makes a lot of sense to us, and And we do appreciate you being a big part of this presentation here in this annual kind of get together. And hopefully next year we'll be at Region 7 and we can meet you in person. So thanks to you and Terry. And with that, we're scheduled to go to Keith next.
All right, thanks, Wendy, and thanks, Terry, for talking. I will give an RASBL update. It'll be pretty brief, just on what I've been doing with the role with the other 10 regions and with headquarters. So in the past year since revitalizing the role, we've mostly done a lot of internal work on the infrastructure of the role. All the 10 liaisons have taken internal training on small business program, section 507, learning about OAQPS and the rule writing process and the Ombudsman's office. We are currently developing a strategic plan in draft form, hoping to publish that by the end of the year. I wish it was ready today because it had a lot more concrete goals and strategies about the EPA small business program. So once I have that completed, I'll share that and pass that along. We also are kind of creating materials so that if a regional liaison were to leave, it'd be easier for someone to take their place and pick up right off where they left off. And so a lot of these regions have not had a liaison, as you know, so they've had a little more heavier lifting. Many have not had the meetings like we're having today, so they're starting them up to have regular meetings and to create relationships with the SBEAPs. I had a couple of the regions reach out to me and to Regions 5 for questions about how we run our meetings, and they asked for copies of the agenda of previous meetings we've had, for examples. So hopefully, we have a lot more stronger regional presence with small business. So kind of in summary, in the past year has mostly been background training and foundational work sort of behind the scenes. And so going forward, I expect a lot more technical work on, air regulatory issues, which is kind of my preferred work to do. So that's all I have. Was there any questions?
So more of a comment, Keith, I think, can you tell us a little bit about who is on the RASBL committees? And I mean, is Rhonda leading those? Is Paula? And isn't Jennifer starting to get involved in those too?
Yeah, so Rhonda has been leading the meetings. Let's see, Paula and Jennifer have been on with them. And then we're meeting quarterly now. Earlier in the year, we were doing bi-weekly meetings, and so now we're quarterly. Let's see, yeah, Rana's been leading them, and then we had a lot of presentations from different people. Paula explaining the ombudsman's role and section 507, kind of training us on it. But yeah, Rhonda is the contact at headquarters.
Well, we're really fortunate in Region 7 that we have had, we've had a liaison, hasn't always been an RSBL liaison, but the administrators always made sure to appoint us a contact. And so we appreciate you and all that you're doing with regard to, being on those calls and then communicating back to us and helping us with these meetings.
Yeah, definitely. I'm enjoying it so far. So,
Keith, I know you guys are working on your strategic plan, but that's to be announced in the future. But do you see your role being very similar to what it's been thus far, or is it going to be transitioning a little bit with the regions?
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure how much Gary did outside of air. My focus will mostly be on air, but I can definitely help search for contacts in Region 7 outside of air, but that's definitely going to be my area of focus and what I'm most knowledgeable about. But it should be pretty similar to what Gary and Lisa Gatto had done in the past. And then obviously we'll have more resources going forward than what, Gary was kind of on his own almost. So we'll have a lot more resources from headquarters and other regions for a little more support and communications.
Okay, great. Well, we are, if I don't see any other questions or comments in the chat or hands raised, unless someone else does. But we are scheduled to take a brief break right now. And then we'll come back with at 10 o'clock with EPA updates on various topics focused mainly around air quality. And Keith will be kind of leading and facilitating that portion. Sound good, Keith?
Yes, sounds great.
Great. All right. Thanks, everyone. Please be back a few minutes before 10. We'll get started promptly at 10 o'clock. About 1 minute. There were some comments in the chat, not a question. You can read them, and it's always better if it's possible for some discussion to happen by verbally, so that way we everybody makes sure they hear it.
Right. All right, Nancy, do you want me to kick off the EP updates?
Only if you have baby pictures. I didn't see those earlier. No, yes, you handle this part of it. That would be great.
Okay, sounds good. All right, we'll start with Stephanie Doolin. She will cover a few of the topics, some updates on air toxics and ethylene oxide, and she'll also cover man, I don't have the acronym in front of me, the N-propyl bromide, if I'm getting that right. Stephanie, you want to start off maybe to give a little brief update on what kind of work you're doing?
Yeah, let me just start with me. Just a brief introduction. I'm Stephanie Doolin, and for the time that I've been in the air program, I've worn several hats. Most recently, I was the Iowa State Coordinator. I've always done lead and NACs, and I also have always been the Region 7 Air Toxics Coordinator. So I think I've spoken to this group. It's just been a little while. So as you know, some of the presentations have kind of straight over into the subject area of air toxics. You know, everyone is really, really concerned about, you know, the air toxics. I think they you know, in general, our communities understand air toxics and are fearful of the risk maybe as much or more than they are with some more abstract concepts like ozone and PM, and what's coming out of the facility next door to them or down the street, is a big concern. So Region 7, headquarters and Region 7 have been taking a look at the air toxics program and looking at ways that we can improve basically our service to our customers and be more responsive, and also just collect better data and make more informed decisions. And of course, that impacts our small business community. It can in lots of different ways. So after that introduction, I'm going to try to share my screen here and get to, I have just a really brief presentation. Keith, can you see it?
Yes, yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, let me actually, let's see, take it to the show here. I'm used to running calls in Microsoft Teams, and it feels weird to do it in Zoom. Everything looks different, So I stopped being the Iowa coordinator, and we've added more emphasis and actually prepared a Region 7 strategy for how we intend to do air toxics. And so I'm a co-lead with Gustavo Quiros, who you've probably heard from on various subjects from time to time. And so Gustavo and I have been working together to be the national sub-lead on air toxics the last couple of years. And we gave that up. We gave that over to Region 5 starting in October. And he and I have been focusing on basically improving our Region 7 strategy for how we're going to deal with air toxics into the future. And so let me go to the next slide here and just say, what's our air toxics team doing right now? And so we've been addressing a lot of different, air toxics is a lot different than dealing with the NACs. Because we have these issues that come up for various reasons. And so it requires us to be more flexible. And we're still, the strategy that we've developed is still draft, and we're still doing a little bit more internal communications and discussion amongst ourselves to be sure we've got it right. But at some point, we'll have something that can be posted to our public facing website. But it's really more of our air toxic strategy is just really more adding some more flesh to what we've already been doing. So some of the things that we've been doing and will continue to do or do more of are that we'll continue to participate in national calls. And that helps us to identify emerging issues that are of concern to EPA and also states and our communities. Good examples of that are, of course, we're still in progress dealing with ethylene oxide. PFAS right now is most of the emphasis is on water and also on Superfund cleanup, and but there's also the air emissions that come from manufacturing processes that make or use these chemicals, and there are also the air pathway for whenever Superfund or other programs do cleanup, and they need to destruct these chemicals. And so we need to know more about what are their secondary byproducts and how do we sample for them in the air. And also, quite honestly, we do not know not nearly enough about the inhalation pathway and what risks relative risks there are with these chemicals. Another one is, and I'm going to talk more about this in a minute. I got a series of slides that I kind of grabbed from a presentation from headquarters about 1-bromopropane, or as Keith said, N-bromopropane. We're calling it 1N, same thing. And then also we're just trying to keep an eye out for what else is there. And one of the ways that we find out what else is out there is that we respond to public inquiries. We're also constantly checking what's on the list of chemicals that are under review for IRIS, which is our, that's our group of toxicologists in ORD that review and revise the human health standards for carcinogenicity and also for acute and chronic exposure, non-cancer exposures. The other thing that we're doing is we're constantly reviewing and we're refining the results of the air toxics modeling. And so one thing that I wanted to bring up is I know a lot of states and others have had questions about what happens to NADA. So we used to have NADA, we have the 2004 NADA, and it's based on a lot of information, not limited to the National Emission Inventory. And so headquarters is undertaking this whole overhaul of the NADA process. And it's just kind of painful to switch platforms and switch how we communicate in the short term. But so there's sort of the, the old NADA that used 2014 emissions data and TRI data. And then there's also EJ Screen that's out there that's public facing. And the emissions and the risk modeling from NADA were, in these most recent years anyway, were part of what's on EJ Screen. So you can look at the public, the estimated impact of emissions of air toxics. And, you can look at them down to the census tract level. So in the short term, the 2017 and forward-facing emissions data are going to be in EJ Screen, and there will, at least the last projection that we've had is that there will be a release on that in December. So then what happens after that is we transition from the old complicated risk screening into Nexus. That's finally the name that they've settled on. It's an acronym for something. I haven't used it enough to remember what it is, but basically this new platform is under development, and sometime this next year there will be a release. And in the future, instead of having to wait so long and have the data, the emissions data from TRI and also from the National Emissions Inventory, instead of having to wait so long for it, it's going to be updated every year. But we just have some growing pains until we get there. We probably won't catch up the risk modeling and the emissions data probably until about 23 is what the estimate is. But so, if you have questions about this, one of the best things that you can do is there are, you can basically just Google EPA EJ Screen, EPA NADA and EPA Nexus, and you can see what's going on with all of these products. So then when we scout these issues out, depending on what it is, what the impact is in the region, who's affected and so on, what we do is we assemble a team to basically to research this more, to drill down, use the national risk modeling information. We basically take a look at it and determine whether or not it's accurate, whether they've got their receptors in the right places, all the different things that impact risk. A lot of what we're doing right now is working with facilities, especially like right now in the ethylene oxide realm, is we're working with people who emit ethylene oxide, and some of these companies are small businesses, and we're trying to get a better handle on what really are your emissions and what are your options for controlling them. Just a word about ethylene oxide. Gustavo is following this issue more closely than I am, and at this point I'm taking the PFAS issue. So, you know, if you have some questions that are more specific about ethylene oxide, I can kind of try to answer those, but he's a little bit more in touch with that, and so I might have to punt a few things to him. But you know, ethylene oxide is an ongoing issue for a couple of reasons. One is that we don't have updated regulatory authority to deal with these facilities. And in some cases, we have no regulatory authority other than state permits and some general, you know, the fact that they have general niche HAPs or whatever that the facilities are subject to. But sometimes we're going to these facilities, especially these smaller ones that fall below the, you know, the regulatory threshold, the current threshold for it. Sometimes we're going to them with what I call the charm and good looks campaign. You know, if you don't have any regulatory authority, you kind of have to go to them and try to come up with some creative solutions to get more done ahead of the rulemaking process, which takes a long time. And I would say that, you know, without getting real specific, I think we've been fairly successful as a region in doing this because, you know, we just go to these facilities and talk to them and tell them what we know, ask them if we're right or wrong, you know, how can we get better information and how can we refine our modeling? We just basically in the times that we've been most successful, we just go to these facilities and, you know, kind of open the books for them and say, you know, we may not have any regulatory authority right now, but you need to be thinking about this because if your neighbors, when your neighbors find out about this, that, you know, may not make them very happy. And now you know, and let's talk about what we're going to do to address this problem as quickly as possible. And let's put it on a time frame that you have some control over, you know, so that you can not bankrupt your company. And let's get on a plan to do the right thing. We don't need the regulations, they can catch up. So that's been our pitch sometimes in certain circumstances. And I think it's gone fairly well. We're ahead in terms of controls on ethylene oxide emission facilities than a lot of other regions are. And we've also not been in the press so much. I mean, we've been in and out a little bit, but I think it's kind of worked. Our process has kind of worked well for us. So, you know, back to the air toxic strategy that's basically what we're just kind of codifying and giving a little bit more structure to the process that we're already doing. So, you know, some of the features of the way we're looking at it and things that I think will be even more successful in the future is that it allows us to bring all of the resources from the region that we need to investigate and try to address the chemicals or problems of concern. So we're going to bring in more of our community involvement coordinators, more of our EJ specialists. You know, we need certain specialty disciplines, people who, you know, are air monitoring experts or, you know, people who are air modeling experts. We have all of that expertise And so we're basically trying to assemble a project team that brings in the pieces we need to fully investigate. We need to look at inventory oftentimes. And also, as we, after we do a little bit more internal in reach, I would call it, to make sure everybody's on board with our new approach, which is really a lot like the old approach, but, to do more. And so then after that, we need to do some outreach to the states. And I think that a feature that will improve of our new approach is that there will be more state involvement. We need your help with these facilities and trying to verify their emissions and find out, who the communities are that surround these facilities. We need to be working with through our states to form more community partnerships. And there's going to be, of course, a greater focus on environmental justice, as there is with all the things that EPA is doing right now. Our administrator is very focused on outreach to communities that are impacted by a lot of different air toxics. And his whole, his focus on climate change also strays into the air toxics realm. And it's all generally, almost every project we could talk about facilities and areas with risk that we would consider to be concerning, which would be, more than a 1 in 10,000 or more than a 1 in 100,000 excess lifetime cancer risk. They're always EJ communities. Sometimes it kind of makes me laugh when, folks say, well, what do we do with EJ? It's like, we always work on EJ. Everywhere we work is EJ, 9 times out of 10, or maybe 99 times out of 100. And so we just need to be more open and respectful with our communities, and especially the ones that are environmental justice communities. Our approach has been to involve owner operators as much as we possibly can. We want to try to, make these folks partners if they're willing. We have to respect that we each have positions, a regulatory hat, and they have the hat where they know what they can afford and still remain operating. But, a lot of times these, especially these smaller owner operators, are going to be interested in talking with us and working with us and the states, and trying to, figure out how can we solve this problem quickly and more cost effective. And so I think that's where we get down to that we're going to take as creative approaches to try to address things sooner rather than wait on the regs to catch up, especially where we have concerning levels of risk. And so that kind of takes me to a few more things. I just wanted to say that, that we've developed this national strategy that I provided the website in this. And the national strategy is really, quite honestly, more how to deal with air toxics and the coordination amongst the programs in OAQPS. So we just felt like that we needed to take a more proactive approach with our own in-house approach to solving air toxics issues, and to increase our communication amongst each other. So maybe a good way to kind of talk about this is Keith told me that y'all were interested in hearing about 1-bromo propane and what we're doing. So I got this information recently, well, within the last 6 months or so, from the headquarters representative that works on this rulemaking. And So I have a few slides in here that are a little bit more boring, but it talks about the uses of 1-bromopropane. A lot of different companies use it for lots of different purposes. Everything, you know, from dry cleaning to cleaning electronics. We've done some searching from the TRI database to try to figure out who makes or emits this. And it turns out that there are about 80 to 90 facilities that are on our list right now. That's just based on TRI, and you know, that's information that through the rulemaking process and its implementation, you know, we're going to try to refine a lot of that information. But what our headquarters representative, who's in charge of, you know, tracking down all this information, she basically warned us that there are lots of smaller users that are not required right now to report under TRI. So this could potentially be, you know, a big issue for small businesses. There's a few things I just wanted to include for your information about it. It has been determined to be carcinogenic, and it also has non-cancer health effects, primarily respiratory, including headaches, nausea, etc. And just a word about the listing on this is that this is unusual. This is the first time we've listed a new HAP since the rule was promulgated. So we published a notice to basically seek comment on actually listing it. And but the caution that headquarters wanted to throw out there to us in the regions, and also I would give to you, is that it's still going to take a while to complete the listing process, and also to actually get the regulations in place that deal with the emissions from these facilities, and you know, come up with best practices and risk levels, and you know, technologies, do a technology review, all those different things that we do whenever we're developing a niche app. We have to do it basically starting almost from scratch. So the regulatory process takes a while. Next steps, it's already been proposed to be listed. In June, EPA went out with an ANPR to request information from industry. They're not soliciting comment on the listing itself anymore, but they are asking for information and comment on impacted sources. And so that closed in July. And from this point forward, it's basically taking the information that we got in the rulemaking from the ANPR and coming up with a regulatory structure that we can propose. And then that will occur simultaneously with the final listing. And I can probably give some more information about that in the future, you know, after we find out how many comments we've got and what that process is going to look like. But I know that they're looking at trying to propose this in 22, the listing itself, and finalize it in 23. But yeah, it's going to take a while for that to come through. But I think that 1BP is a good example of what we'll do in the region. You know, headquarters has identified that it's more carcinogenic than we thought, and they've alerted the regions to the need to list it, to turn it into that they're going to promulgate a new rulemaking. They've given us information about who emits it, at least significant amounts of it, according to TRI and those emission amounts that have been reported. And so what our air toxics team needs to do at this point is we will take that information, and especially after we've received more information from this public comment period, take all that information, look at who's impacted in Region 7 that we know about, people who are required to report, and start looking at, trying to risk model, determine where the impacts are, begin to come up with hopefully a short list of who's impacted. And we're going to learn more, of course, about what technologies control 1BP and how we can work with facilities and communities to, get the information out and work toward trying to reduce risk. That's really the ultimate goal, is collecting the data and doing all the work with the end goal of reducing risk from air toxics. So that's kind of a quickie update on a big topic that is emerging. But I didn't want to try to bite off too much. And so I'll take any questions that you have.
Hi, Stephanie. This is Bob from Missouri. How are you?
Hey, Bob.
I kind of just a related note, as you mentioned in your presentation on the 1BP, there's quite a few multifaceted approach on trying to tackle this. I guess if you could make a pitch to the people on the different committees and things, if we could work towards also, besides working on the things you've already mentioned, possibly investigating a labeling requirement for consumer products that have a certain amount of that in them, that would be great. I know there's multiple comment periods and things, but if since we're kind of at the infant stages of this, as well as with the PFAS and some of the other things, I understand there's quite a few consumer products that might have content that's not labeled necessarily yet, or if at all. So that's all I really had right now for the 1BP, but good presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. That's a good question about that, because the person in headquarters that well, there are a couple of gals that are working on this, Kate Sahale and Sue Miller. And Sue comes from industry recently, like within the last couple of years. And so she's kind of a good person to be working on this, because I can tell that she's identified a lot of questions and concerns that that we might not think of, with our regulatory hats on. And so I will ask her about that.
Thank you very much.
So stay tuned for more information. And, as we get a little bit more internal comment on the Region 7 strategy, we can share that with you.
That will be good. I just wanted to, while you were speaking, I was taking a little deeper dive into some TRI data on the NPB or 1BP.
Yeah.
And I did notice, and I realize this is just TRI data, so it's the, it's the folks who have reportable quantities, but Nebraska, and so Belinda, you may know this, but your state, if you look at all 4 of our regions and you do a deeper dive into the releases tab just for the state, Nebraska is the only state that does show up on the radar, if you will, as having measurable emissions for NPB. Any other questions or comments or Keith, I don't know if you want to jump in here.
Yeah, thanks, Stephanie. Last call, any questions for Stephanie? Really appreciate your time for
I'll
talking.
stay around a little while longer too in the background, just because, you know, I've moved over into the permits group from the planning and standards. And I want to, basically, I want to know more about what we're all doing.
All right, sounds good, yeah. Okay, well, let's go on to the next topic, which is 6H. And I had it in my notes, this is kind of going to be just a discussion on different types of training. And I know, Nancy, you mentioned you might have a training available. So I kind of just kick it off as a roundtable discussion.
Cool idea. And Jennifer really is the one who has more and some formal training, but I know Belinda, you brought this up, so please chime in here as companies move along every 5 years, if they are spraying any of the 5 regulated HAPs, then they are required to, if they're regulated under 6H, then they are required to have the training. Same with 6X, right? Every 5 years, they are required to have that training on the regulation, so classroom, and then technically the hands-on training. And so in Kansas, what we did when the regs were new is we had funding from KDHE to actually work with our VOTEC, who has a virtual paint booth, the one in Wichita, Kansas, which is where we have a lot of painting, coating. And we did workshops. They were called Air Emission Reduction Opportunity. Barb Good came up with that acronym and KDHE liked it. And so we used it a couple of years in a row, and we did classroom training on the regulation for the industry, as well as P2 training. We had a vendor fair, and then people could sign up for free hands-on training. So then they got their classroom training and their hands-on training right at this event that we had. From there, we've had people renew, but we basically have a private vendor in Wichita, probably other places too, that will come out and do hands-on training, or people can hire the VOTEC and use the virtual paint booth. But we have the classroom training archived on our website. It's also on the national SBEAP website too. So from a Kansas perspective, that's how I can speak to what we've been doing. And I'll toss it to Jennifer, but Linnell Ladd may have more.
Yeah, I can speak quickly, I guess, about the training that we have. We have an online painter training program that businesses can purchase. It's a for fee service or for fee program that really takes a deep dive into the techniques of painter training. So it's not just niche shop training, but it's pretty detailed into like how to become more efficient, how to increase your transfer efficiency, how to set up your systems, your guns, it talks about airflow. There's a lot of really great tools or a lot of things that painters can use from that training. It's similar to the training that we do with our military bases. It's all kind of based on that same type of concepts. So there's a lot of great training. So obviously that training would be the classroom part of the training. And then when they get done with the classroom training, there's suggestions for them to do for the in-booth training. And so it allows them to have a supervisor sign off on the in-booth training, and then they receive a certificate that says they completed the training. It's available on our website. And cost is $99.95 per person to take the class. and it's used nationwide, so anybody can use it. We also have it that this would qualify as well for that, but we also have a program where we do some industrial painter training. Once again, it's more focused on efficiency and things like that, but it would meet the niche shop requirements as well, because that can be included. The individual who is doing our industrial painter training right now is extremely busy with his contracts for federal military painting. So that's few and far there between that we're able to go on site and do that. But that is another option that we offer through that program. So.
Great. Yeah, Iowa's always been really a leader in this. And so are you said you're charging the $99 for kind of that classroom training? That doesn't include the hands-on training.
Correct. It's all online. It's an online class that they can go through. It's about an hour and a half or so to go through that class. And then there is information as far as like guidance of what they should do in the in-booth training. And then a supervisor would sign off on that and they'd receive a certificate that says they completed the niche shop training. So.
Okay, great. And Belinda said she's having some audio issues, but I encouraged her to call in. Anyone having audio issues, you can always use your phone for the audio portion and then use your computer for the visual portion. And just look at your original invitation on your calendar, and that's where you'll see a variety of phone numbers you can use. Thanks, Jennifer, for that. And let's see, Belinda's comment was for this was wondering what 6H training may be available. I think we've answered that. I tapped a SATA spray gun distributor to provide training and they graciously accepted. And that is true. A lot of these paint sales and they sell booths and they sell guns, all the paint equipment. They're really very proficient and they'll go out and train people who, especially if they're new customers, and usually will charge them, but they'll go right on site and, train several different painters. And we do know that it's about a 10 to 15% reduction in overspray and therefore raw material if you are able to, be successful with your training and better transfer efficiency. Bob, go ahead.
I was just going to mention that we've had success with manufacturers also offering, like you said, the paint manufacturers offering that training here in Iowa originally. I don't know if there's so much doing it anymore. And then Nancy, do you have any idea what, I know Tony Pindelow is going to work on a class or training related to 6H. Do you know what the status of that is?
Right, that has been pending for a while. They are having a software platform issue with it. And so I'm not sure, but he's working with somebody private on that. And then that would go on the national SBEAP site, or we would link to it. We do have the 6H navigation tool that EPA funded, and Tony was the state consulting on that. That would be North Carolina. And so that is all we've got. And on the national SBEAP page, under environmental compliance, air quality, we have featured sectors and auto body is one of them. And then we've got lots of tools with regard to 6H. So definitely check that out. It actually, I was just looking at the analytical data that we had for a national SBEAP, and that is one of our top 5 pages. So it is getting hit quite a bit it tells you it is still an issue, just like, Belinda has rightly brought up. And I was just going to ask Bob if you've had any questions or concerns with that in Missouri. I know Carlton worked with that some.
We've had a little bit, but it's kind of tapered off some. I think Carlton answered a lot of the issues. I did call into the online call that Jennifer went over last month with the paint tracker option as well. That seems something that would be useful to also possibly mention to the group if you weren't able to call to that technical call. But we haven't really been getting a whole lot of 6H questions lately. Partly most of our MACT and GACT rules we have not accepted delegated authority. So I guess some of those questions could be coming to Keith or somebody at Region 7, but I think a lot of the heavy influx of questions came a few years ago, and we're getting a few, but just not very many. We have an awful lot of auto body shops, but we're not getting a lot of questions, so.
Yeah, they're a little bit quiet.
Right, I know in the past, Joe Tarikas has done a lot of work on 6H, so he can be a contact for that, I believe. So if there's any additional stuff, don't hesitate to ask.
And I guess there is one other thing I should add, just so the group knows it, and Jennifer, help me out here if I say something wrong, because you've got way more air expertise than me. But one of the things that Tony Pendola, again, North Carolina, was advocating with EPA for was eliminating the requirement for petition for exemption for auto body. That evidently was not successful. So as people know, auto body shops are in the rule unless they petition to get out. And that is why this regulation is, in my opinion, overly burdensome on small business. Is that one step, is that, the majority of them are not using any of the regulated HAPs. And so, but they are required to make that extra step.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah,
That includes, hi, Linnell, that includes the non-automotive, automotive, auto body, I can't even speak today, Scott, sorry. Businesses that are subject to this rule as well. So they have to also seek exemption if they don't use the products that would pull them in, so.
Yeah, good point. So miscellaneous surface coaters, right?
I feel like they're not automatically, I could be wrong on this, but I feel like they weren't automatically included in the rule because I don't think they had a petition for exemption. I think they just identified as using those HAPs. Christine, maybe you can provide information on that. But I thought that was the case for.
Maybe other states are handling it differently. Here in Kansas, KDHE wants the companies that are non-automotive, auto body to also submit exemption request and get that exemption from the rule. So that's how they're handling it here. I thought this topic came up a couple of years ago when we actually had Joe talk to us about it, I thought, or somebody, and we had this discussion at one of the other Region 7 SBEAP roundtables. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but
no, you're right.
I thought that was kind of EPA's interpretation too, was they were, if you're miscellaneous surface coating, not just the auto body, you were, subject to the rule unless you get exemption.
Yep, you're right. We did it was probably 2 or 3 years ago, the last time we met in person. So good point. And we looked at a variety of states to see outside of our region to see how they were doing it. It was kind of a mixed bag. So I don't think it's ever been resolved. Christine?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, my understanding is the same as Jennifer's. So like we have only ever required the auto body shops to request the exemption.
Yeah, there's quite a few, I think, manufacturing type facilities that we worked with originally that we always asked, hey, are you using, paints or whatever that have these heavy metals in them. And it was either, you know, are you into the SAC code that would qualify under 6X? If not, then, you know, you would fall under the 6H rule. Was kind of how we looked at it. But they were just at that time, we were just having them submit a notice of compliance or initial notification of compliance. So different in different states, I guess.
Yeah, in Kansas, they have to submit the notification and, sorry, my computer's being crazy, and a request for exemption if they qualify. You know, this is something that I guess I froze up. This is something that they wanted from the sources. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Got it.
Okay, sorry. Everything kind of froze up on my end or something.
In Missouri, I think we've only looked at exemptions for auto bodies as well so far, just for an FYI.
And really our auto body, it seems like, have dropped, you know, we don't get questions from them. It's mostly these entities that are non-auto body that would be subject to the rule that we run into now that do not know that they are subject to this rule. A lot of, you know, ag equipment manufacturers and things like that that would not fall under the SIC codes that are for 6X. So that's where we get the most questions in Kansas.
All right. Any other 6H discussion, or should I move on to the next topic? So I have the oil and gas topic next, and as Nancy sent the email, originally it was a Rhonda Wright sent out, there's a training opportunity on November 18th on Thursday that focuses on oil and gas impacts on small business stakeholders. So, you know, I was kind of asking around, and Rhonda really suggested this would be the best place to ask questions and learn more. But if you have specific questions that I can look into, I'm happy to. But if you have the opportunity on Thursday to attend, I think you're going to get kind of the people actually with the boots on the ground working on this. So we'll open it up. Is there any specific questions?
Just a comment. I mean, depending on, you know, what EPA finds out as far as like numbers and sources and target audience, you know, this would be a great cooperative compliance initiative. And there may only be certain states that it really impacts. I know Oklahoma thinks they're going to be heavily impacted. They have tribes as well who evidently have LLCs. And so they are considered small businesses, not tribes. I checked on that in our state, and KDHE does not think that's the case in our state. So I know Linnell has done some outreach to our trade associations and to certain sources that she knows of, just to make sure they could get this information out. So if you haven't done that in your state, target people with this information, that would be great. Because if we can get them at the table, it'll make everything a lot easier.
Okay, that sounds good. Any other discussion on oil and gas? Okay, I'll cover the tanks emission software. I guess I'm kind of sharing bad news. So EPA does not have plans to update the tank software. I'll quote our webpage. It says, EPA will continue to recommend the use of equations and algorithms specified in AP 42, Chapter 7 for estimating VOCs, emissions from storage tanks. And so a while back, we reached out to our states asking what they're doing. I believe Iowa developed an internal spreadsheet for calculating inputting the equations. Some states are just doing the calculations by hand, or I think some are keeping an old PC that they would normally otherwise recycle just to run this tank calculations, because it has to be on a sort of outdated computer to do it. And just an FYI, I saw that the state of Oklahoma has a publicly available software that you can use. They have their own terms and conditions when you use it, but it is free, and I have not tried it out, but you could definitely look into that. Otherwise, I was talking to Ward Burns, and he just said he always originally did it, just did it by hand based on the equations from AP 42. And then I'll go on to the Quad OA emission software. Again, EPA does not have its own software. We are not developing it. There was a period of time when EPA used a contractor, and we would submit the calculations to them, and we would send them the inputs to the contractor, and they would send us back, the calculation results from their software. And there were discussions about each EPA region purchasing the software, but I'm not aware of that. I don't believe Region 7 ever did purchase it. I'm not sure if headquarters purchased it, but again, we're relying on a contractor for these. So any discussion or questions?
In Missouri, we're kind of doing the calculations by hand. We are working on trying to develop some spreadsheets, but we don't have anything ready for public release at this point. Permits is still kind of tossing some options around with that, but.
Bob, I know that the Iowa DNR did share their spreadsheet, I'm pretty sure, with KDHE in Kansas. So I'm sure I don't personally have it, but Christine might be able to facilitate that sharing with Missouri also, if that would be of interest.
Yes, that sounds good. Thanks.
I sent it to Linnell. I can resend it unless Linnell has it handy and would want to forward that over. Do you still have it, Linnell?
I don't. I'd have to dig.
I'll look for that and
Sorry.
send it. Yeah, we're kind of in the same boat though as everybody else. We haven't tried to use any kind of new program other than tanks. Our engineers kind of all do something different depending on the situation for permitting. So sometimes they will still use the old tanks program, and other times they might just use emission factors or use other emissions estimations, kind of depending on what's available and what the particular facility scenario is.
And I was going to say, does this sound like a topic that we should have technical coordinate and see what all states are using now that we have kind of a final answer from EPA that, I think everybody was just waiting on EPA. But if we've got a final answer, I could forward the information on to Mark Stoddard, who is, chairs technical with Donovan. And this could be a topic, and I'm sure they'd probably want Iowa then, maybe in Oklahoma, to speak to their tools.
I think it would be a good topic.
Okay, I'll take that one on then. I'll forward that on. And just so, Keith, you are on the SB main, and so are all the RASBLs. You get communications from the SB main listserv, right, Keith?
Yes, correct.
Okay, good, just making sure. So then we'll get it out on main instead of just technical and invite a wider audience.
Sounds good.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so I will move on to our last EPA topic of paralysis. And this is a really good topic to discuss, especially, more so in the future. I don't remember who suggested it, but there was the recent ANPR, the Advanced Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. And this is really in the early stages, so I don't have a ton of share, and there's not, Region 7 is not heavily involved, so I couldn't find a specific speaker on the topic, but maybe down the line we can find someone nationally to discuss. But I'll give a summary of the advanced notice, and it was shared by Rhonda back in September. I can re-forward it if interested. So I'll give a quick summary, but paralysis is used in many industries, including like oil refineries and carbon black facilities. However, there's a growing number of paralysis units in energy recovery. So EPA has learned that paralysis and gasification are more widely used than previously thought in converting waste to energy. And so EPA is receiving a lot of applicability determinations on paralysis units that are converting waste into fuel. And there's currently some confusion on the definitions of paralysis, gasification, and incineration. Many of these units are regulated under the ASBO rules of Section 129, which are other solid waste incineration units. So the advanced notice that was just issued is kind of in a data collection stage to figure out how many sources there are nationally, the kinds of emissions from these units, the designs, and the size of the units. If you read the notice, it listed 2 facilities in Region 7 that are using paralysis for energy recovery, and that is Eco Remedy in Triplet, Missouri, that does some manure gasification, and Coal Tech in Mead, Nebraska, that does some gasification, and it's a wet distillers grain facility. So again, there's not too much to share now, especially from Region 7, as headquarters is still in the initial data collection phase. I would recommend just checking out the advanced notice rulemaking. It does give a little longer summary than I gave, and the types of information that EPA is reviewing. But it's definitely an interesting topic going forward. So I'll keep my ears open, and maybe in the future, once the data collection phase is completed and we get a little closer to some potential updated rulemaking, there'll be more to share. But I guess, is there any questions or anything I can look into?
Keith, we are getting some of the discussion on those types of questions, but as you said, we probably don't have it's probably too early to get a lot of details. Looking forward to anything you could share with us as this moves forward with the collection with the ANPR, RM, and some other efforts that EPA has already initiated. But it kind of is not just for energy recovery, other things that they're just trying to get rid of some waste also sometimes, it seems like. So I think it's kind of maybe more far-reaching than what we know, at least at this point yet. But any details as we move forward would certainly be helpful for us. Thank you.
Definitely.
Okay, any other discussion on these EPA topics? All right, if not, Keith, thank you so much for the research that you did and securing speakers and and being our liaison for all these topics. Really appreciate your work on this.
Yeah, no problem. And again, don't hesitate to ask with any questions, and I'll try to search for the answer.
Okay, great. The next thing on our agenda, and we have just run right on time. I thought maybe we wouldn't have enough content today, but because last year we did a much shorter meeting. But the next thing on our agenda is just open agenda, kind of some topics for that we didn't cover here that people have on their mind, as far as maybe we need national support for it or regional support for it. Any topics people can think of, any of the medias really.
I'd be interested in knowing how soon EPA anticipates either re-upping the previous regulations on GHG or implementing new GHG regulations that would impact the air program. In the past, we had the greenhouse gas tailoring rule that not only impacted PSD sources, but impacted, just general construction. And then, we all are aware that that went away. And I was wondering if there was any discussions at EPA about, bringing those regulations back.
Yeah, okay. I can look into that. Larry Gonzalez does a lot of our greenhouse gas rule regulations. I can forward it on to him. Or would you prefer, a future discussion?
Well, just first of all, baseline, where is EPA with this? Really, because you can't have a discussion about it, or I don't know if there's been any, through the NACA groups, or if there's been anything out. Because I'm not on those organizations, but it would be interesting to know what the plans are, if there are any.
Okay.
Thanks, Linnell. Anything from the other states from an open agenda standpoint?
We have been getting some questions about incinerator usage, not just for a wide variety of things, and fairly small, small businesses, including some ethanol. Some hemp processors and things like for their stems and leaves and things. And it seems like right now we're looking at having to give them a Part 70 permit. I don't know if other states that have already been dealing with marijuana and hemp processing permitting type of actions have already looked into that type of an issue or not, or are you just going to issuing Part 70s even for something that's going to have pretty small emissions? I know the incinerator rules kind of kick them into permitting requirements in general, like for NSPS, 4C, and some other regulations. I guess I was just, if everybody's just issuing permits, or if anybody's doing anything special in particular with that, or does it matter anything with the type of industry on how that would be handled? I guess just some discussion along that lines would be good in the future, perhaps.
Bob, are they installing like air curtain destructors for this? That's typically what we would see in Kansas, someone wanting to burn, brush or trees or something like that. Those all fall under those OC rules, the 4C, 4D, depending on, like for municipal or whoever's doing it. And I would assume that that's what KDHE Bureau of Air would do if somebody came in and wanted to install, something to burn those materials, which would be considered a waste. just like we would tree and brush. You know, without any exemption from the federal government on the, you know, requiring a Part 70, or in Kansas, we call that Class 1 operating permits, or Title 5. If there was still that requirement in those regulations, then that would apply to those sources.
But no, my understanding is that the regulations don't offer any exemptions right now. I just was kind of curious if anything changed depending on the type of industry or not in terms of how they would approach that. This particular facility that I'm talking about for the marijuana and hemp waste was previously, they're not doing an air curtain destructor. They were previously had open burning the waste, and I guess they somehow made a decision to purchase an incinerator that has an afterburner attached to it. And so they're kind of questioning us. We've had, you know, some preliminary discussions about what's all required. It seems like I think they're kind of getting overwhelmed with all the permitting requirements, if you will, and wondering why did we buy this incinerator, I guess is what they're kind of wondering, because we've got a lot of extra hoops to jump through just to even get the permit and, you know, do testing and all that type of all the permitting requirements. And it seems like for the amount of waste that I expect that they're going to have, it seems like an awfully big expense to even just buy the incinerator, much less to go through the permitting process and all the fees associated with keeping those types of things going, and plus the reporting and on all that. So I wasn't trying to necessarily ask for an exemption necessarily. I just was wondering if everybody's just going through the same, you know, same type of situation with other facilities. It's not just necessarily just this type of a operation, but you know, they're definitely a small business, and really don't have a common sense answer to give them on why all these extra requirements are necessary, especially when that's all they're going to burn is just some stems and leaves and things.
Well, I can only answer, Bob, for what Kansas would do. If the open burning is occurring at, you know, like a CBD oil manufacturing facility or something like that, it would be prohibited to open burn any waste materials from industry. You know, there's some agricultural things that fall in there, like if they're trying to burn out in where they're growing the hemp or something like that, that gets into another part of our open burning regulations that allows for a little bit of that. But again, it starts, you know, if it's happening at industry, they can't open burn. So they would be told that they need to do something else with that material. And it would be either get an incinerator that's appropriately permitted, or, you know, dispose of it as a waste stream through, you know, to the landfill. I guess they could compost, maybe. There might be some opportunity for that on site. It depends on what your rules are in Missouri for handling hemp waste. So there's some other aspects to this, in my opinion, but really KDHE's Bureau of Air would not allow them to open burn. And if they decided to get an incinerator, then it would fall under all of the rules that apply to incinerators in Kansas, including the NSPS rules that apply to incinerators, and they'd have to jump through all of those hoops.
But
I don't know if that helps you in Missouri, but that's really what they would do here in Kansas.
well, my understanding now that again, I don't know. I just was bringing it up as a discussion point because it seems like this particular facility is not doing CBD oil or other manufacturing with the product. They're basically a grower for medical marijuana. And so I don't, you know, they're not talking about a large volume. I'm not sure who advised them to get the incinerator. They've already purchased it. So we're going through the requirements. You know, they've got a construction permit application in-house that's soon to be issued. It seems like quite a few hoops to be going through for a grower that's not doing other processing of the products. That it does kind of tend to go overlap into some of those agricultural applications or situations that you were discussing, and it's kind of a little bit of a gray area. So
I can't speak to the hemp part of it, but in Iowa, we've had some meat lockers that have been wanting to install incinerators. And although the emissions from them are pretty low with the afterburners and stuff on them, to make sure that they were not going to be subject to the NSPS, we had a conversation with DNR, and they wanted to make sure that those were permitted. So they could put in the permits, the stipulations, as far as what they needed to do with their afterburners and things like that. So all of those have been, we've requested, or the DNR has requested, that those incinerators are permitted. So.
Thanks, Jennifer. Like I said, I think at a minimum, we're doing the construction permit. I'm not sure what we're going to do as we move forward with this particular facility. You know, with right now, it looks like they're going to have a Part 70 and do the semi-annual and annual compliance certification reports and all that type of deal. Plus just a Part 70 operating permit application. You know, it's a larger fees for all that, you know, processing of that as well. But we're definitely also going to, sounds like you said, with the meat processors, at a minimum, we're going to do a construction permit, but I don't know. It just seems like quite a bit if they weren't falling under any other regulations before and anything else other than the incinerator. I mean, I guess it's just the way the rules are. You know, there's no exemptions. I understand that. It's just, it's kind of makes them kind of question already. They're not even really started yet. Why did we buy an incinerator when we could have done something else? If they truly are fall under the agricultural side of things, they don't have to get a permit for the processing of marijuana or hemp products, CBD oils and things of that nature. You know, it seems a little bit like overkill, but
I thought you said that they were maybe growing medical marijuana, and then that could be a situation where your authority in Missouri that permits the growing of medical marijuana has specific requirements about appropriate disposal for products that are not going to be used for the purpose of sale for medical marijuana. See what I'm saying? I mean, because you can't, I don't know that you can just open burn that stuff. Here in Kansas, we've had law enforcement try to burn marijuana, because in Kansas, marijuana is still regulated. I mean, based on THC content. Our industrial hemp is regulated, has to be permitted as well, but we don't have recreational or medicinal marijuana in Kansas that's legalized yet. And in the past, you know, when all of that was illegal, no matter the THC content, you know, sheriff's departments would confiscate drugs, and then they would want to open burn that material at some open, you know, their city's tree and brush site. And that became a problem and a concern because of the type of material it is. It's, you know, the federal regulations on it. And so I don't know your state rules. So I don't know if that's maybe somebody from another agency may have told them they had to have an incinerator to appropriately dispose of that type of marijuana, that type of cannabinoid containing plant. I don't know. That's something to look into though.
yeah, I'll have to keep the group posted. I have to admit, I'm not very knowledgeable on all the multitude of agencies, and it's fairly new to Missouri in terms of, we haven't been getting a lot of questions with the industry in general up until recently. And I'm just not as educated on the situation on exactly who is telling them to do it and who told them to get the incinerator and all those types of variables. But I just thought I'd throw it out there in case other states had been getting questions, or sometimes often when you do have either an agency, a regulatory agency, or an industry group that's kind of promoting purchase of incinerators for a particular industry or particular application, whether it's for the, you know, meat processing waste or whatever. Sometimes it kind of spreads like wildfire. So I just thought I'd toss it out there as a discussion point. But thanks.
It's a good one, Bob. I think Linnell is really hit it on the head, or the, you know, to push the easy button, if you will, to find out who else is regulating them, because in Kansas, it did change from Department of Ag to the fire chief, and I'm not sure where it's at right now, but it could have changed in your state too. And just like she said, maybe they're the ones, you know, giving that information. I can make two other recommendations if you choose to go about it that may or may not be helpful. We know that several years ago, Colorado dealt with the same issue. They actually required in Denver, and as our Colorado SBEAP folks will tell you, and I think they've got fact sheets on their website too, but they actually ended up shipping all of this, transporting all of this excess crop that wasn't being harvested, you know, for what was being sold, marijuana. They exported it to Nebraska to be composted. So I remember hearing that story like 5-7 years ago, and Nebraska was accepting all of this this material, and you know, obviously probably charging for it and being willing to take it. But look at the footprint, you know, related to that. It's pretty incredible. And that could have been because of the air regs, or it could have been what they chose to do because it was cheaper than complying with the air regs. The other thing, Bob, is this is a great question for the main SBEAP. And if you're not sure on how to post to Maine, it's very easy. There's some instruction under SBEAP resources. You can always send me what your question might be, and I would be happy to forward it to the main group. Because this, you know, it is changing. It is an emerging issue for many states. And Michigan has really done a lot of work with this too. Jennifer Dixon, super knowledgeable person to talk to.
Thank you, Nancy. I think I'll start with looking at what Colorado and Michigan have, and get back with you if I feel the need to do more of a general posting, or exactly how I would go about doing that on the SBEAP site. But thank you.
Because other people have the same question, Bob, and can learn from you. So that's why I encourage you to do that if you decide you want to go that route. It is 11:19. Are there any other topics under open agenda? I'm really glad to hear you guys bring things up. Okay, the only other thing I wanted to ask the group, and I'm just been thinking about this a lot as we've developed this agenda and now some of this open agenda stuff, is we are only meeting twice a year. So we'll typically meet by Zoom in the spring and then in the fall to plan this fall agenda. Do people want to meet more? Region 5 meets monthly. To me, that's a lot. I don't know that how much we would commit to being there monthly. We could do bi-monthly, we could do quarterly, or do people want to just keep it the way it is?
Nancy, when it comes to Region 5, do they open their monthly meetings to the regulator, to the agencies? I know some people here are already part of an agency, and then, like, you know, we're part of a university and that kind of thing is a little different. But in Region 5, do you know if they open those meetings and have joint meetings with the other Region 7 agents, the Region 5 agencies, the regulators?
I don't think they do, but Jennifer will be on in about 20 minutes and we can ask her. So that's a great question.
I just asked because I think that in some way that could open a lot of additional communication and understanding, especially for those of us in organizations that are not directly tied to the regulatory entity. Sometimes there is, you know, a lag in communication. They may have the most up-to-date information of things, and then it just trickles down to us. Doesn't always get to us immediately, like as if we were in that entity sitting in a cubicle down the hall, per se.
Any other feedback on Nebraska, Missouri, Iowa on increasing the meetings?
Nancy, I think the twice a year works probably about best with all the other things going on, and especially if you've got limited staff. But I guess if we were to increase it, I probably would only maybe, 3 times a year, not even go quarterly, but there's so many other things going on, especially with, I mean, we're back in the office here, but I know a lot of states still are doing remote and other things like that. So maybe we could revisit that again if something changes with everybody coming into the office again or something of that nature. But right now, I would say we probably wouldn't have the time to commit to going more than 2 or 3 times a year for just the Region 7 group for Missouri. So.
Hi,
That's
Nancy,
good.
this is Belinda.
Hey,
I would absolutely agree with Bob. I could mirror his statements exactly. I think a few times a year max. We're back in the office also, so we have a lot of changes in-house at the moment, I think, that we're dealing with. So from a time commitment standpoint, I think that's probably best.
Good. Great.
yeah, I agree. I think a couple times a year is good. The only thing I guess I would say is if there's any, starts to be more regulations or more things that start impacting small businesses or the businesses we're working with, then maybe at that time you revisit and maybe plan a special meeting or something to discuss any emerging topics.
Great.
I would second that if there's a regulatory flurry coming our way or something that we need to be aware of that would particularly target our group of 4 states, that would be good to have a special meeting, I guess, on reserve, but not a regularly scheduled.
Great. I agree. I just thought it was a good to touch base since we do just meet less frequently than other regions, but at least we meet. So there's some recent regions that are not able to get a number of people together to meet. So that sounds good. Standard operating procedure, then we'll continue that. So with that, let's transition to the next group of presentations. So we have state compliance initiatives. And Jennifer, let me just turn it over to you. And then when you're done, you can turn it over to Arthur.
All right, sounds good. Christine's going to help me out here a little bit too. So I will go ahead and share my screen. Maybe. Alrighty. Christine, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start off. Yeah, we're gonna just go over an initiative that we have had that we started a couple years ago on outreach to feed mills, which also includes the 70 NESHAP portion, but a lot of other things as well. And it is also kind of dovetailed with some outreach that we're doing to grain elevators. The grain elevator outreach is a little more, not quite as extensive. The feed mill outreach is a couple year project, but as some folks may know, their feed mills and grain elevators are sometimes co-located or sometimes have the same companies that operate them. So the two do go hand in hand and they are kind of intertwined in this outreach effort. Kind of to go back with when we first started reaching out to feed mills, that was back in 2008, because we realized, and this was actually came out of some rule changes that we made for grain elevators requiring permits, because there had been a long history of not permitting country grain elevators in particular, because of some legislative and law prohibitions. But we found that as part of that, there were actually a lot of feed mills that did not have air construction permits, even though they were never part of that not needing to have permits. So did a lot of outreach. And what ended up happening is a lot of those feed mills qualified for our small unit exemption. And UNI was really instrumental in that with getting some of those facilities to have the required documentation for that exemption for feed mills. In 2015, because of the 7D NESHAP coming out, there was another initiative that you and I and DNR did cooperatively to let these facilities know about the 7D NESHAP and what the requirements are, and also to let them know that they may no longer qualify for the small unit exemption, or parts, some of their equipment may no longer qualify, because our small unit exemption, if you are subject to a NESHAP and you actually have requirements under that NESHAP, if that equipment is covered, it cannot be covered under small unit exemption, and they do need to get an air construction permit or use another exemption. So in 2020, we started as part of DNR's contract with you and I for the Iowa Air Emissions Assistance Program. We kind of did a refresher, and there really hasn't been anything that's changed in the 7D NESHAP or in any of our state rules. It's been more that there's been changes in that source category. A lot of facilities have shut down. A lot of facilities are combining with other facilities. And so we thought this is a good time to get out and do a refresher campaign, not only on the 7D NESHAP, but also on other requirements for feed mills, to make sure they had permits if they needed them, to help them update their small unit exemption documents if they needed to do that. Yep, we started it in the summer of 2020. So we are coming up on 1.5 years into that. And you and I did the outreach, did a lot of that outreach. We put some of the information on our website, but they did a lot of outreach through their electronic newsletter, and letting folks know that, hey, do you have some changes to your facility? Do you need to maybe come through? And if you qualify for assistance from you and I can help you figure out if you need to update some documents or if there's 7D NESHAP issues. And then this year is when you and I started direct outreach to our facilities and kind of started a phased outreach to those facilities, with starting in our field office regions. Next slide. All right, so kind of as part of that, both you and I, but primarily DNR, we went through and updated the outreach materials that we had previously developed to take a look and see, hey, are there things that need to be updated on here? Do we need to do a refresh? And we did some similar things with a few of our grain elevator documents as well. So the 7D NESHAP fact sheet was updated, a lot of other of the guidance documents. And again, a lot of those were DNRs, and some of those were you and I documents that we all kind of looked at together and reviewed these different documents to make sure that things were up to date. DNR assisted with the feed mill emissions calculator to update that. And we also did kind of an air quality inspection guidance document to sort of help facilities review what they kind of need to have in place to make sure they're in compliance, and in particular, if they were to get a DNR inspection. And I think we can go on to the next slide and Jen can take over.
All right, sounds good. So all of those outreach materials are available on DNR's website under the air toxics, so air quality, air toxics link. So if anybody's interested in looking at those, feel free to look at those there. So as Christine mentioned, after we completed the updating of our guidance documents, we started a kind of phased attempt at reaching out to the feed mills once again this year to just remind them that there are in fact air quality requirements that they have to comply with. So what we started with was kind of a more or less, I guess, a them contacting us option. Was every January we send out an email to all of our grain elevators letting them know in Iowa they have an annual requirement to calculate their potential to emit. And so we would send out a reminder email in January to let them know they have to do that. And within that email this past year, we included just a phrase in there about, hey, do you also operate a feed mill? Did you know there's requirements that are different from your grain elevator for your feed mills? Contact us with questions. We got a pretty decent response back from that, and it was nice because it was, voluntary from the company, and it wasn't us reaching out to them. It was them, contacting us back. So they had some, stake in game there. So that started in January, and then DNR also put out a listserv just letting people know about their new updated materials that were available. We did a newsletter article, and then one of the trade associations also provided information in their newsletter, just letting them know about the outreach and the assistance that was being provided, as well as the documents, the updated documents that were available. And then in April of this year, we began direct outreach to facilities via email. So we worked from a list of 366 feed mills that we have that we've developed over the years from our initial workings back in 2008, and then with the 70 niche app. And like I said, it's a phased approach, or Christine says it's a phased approach, starting with the feed mill or with the different field offices here in the state. So far, we've reached out to 117 companies. And we've had pretty decent responses back. Probably one of the biggest things we've been able to identify is facilities that are closed, or those that have been purchased by a different company or sold to a different location. But we've been in contact with, of those 117, 39 of them, and we've provided direct assistance to 22 of them. So far, pretty good return on that. What that direct assistance would involve then is we would work directly with the company to review their 7D requirements and see if they're in compliance, and take a look at their records, make sure they're keeping what they need to, and then looking at their requirements under permitting, or if they're able to use those small unit exemptions. Are they still in compliance with the limits that were put in place for them? Do they need to update those documents? Things like that. And then we prepared a compliance summary document for them that outlined all of the processes at their facility, if they were rented indoors or outdoors, and how they were permitted, whether they're using the small unit exemption option or had a permit for that process. That document also reviewed their 7D requirements. So are they subject to it? Are they not? And if they were not, what was the reason for that they were using to not be subject to it? So that's just a brief summary, I guess, of our outreach. If anybody has questions, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I can turn it over to Arthur if you want to go.
Get myself unmuted. There we go. Whoa.
You're muted, Arthur.
Oh,
There we go.
there. Okay, now we'll be actually the sound will be coming through another computer, but my my presentation, the video portion, will be coming through here. Let me go ahead and get this started. All right. Today I will be talking about the ready mix concrete NPDES project that we've been working on here in Kansas. And it's been taking up a significant chunk of my time, I know, this year. And my coworker, Lena, she's also been helping me. And I'd also want to give a shout out to Nancy for helping on the administrative portion of this project, which it's been a significant lift for us here in this office. To go start with the history of this project, it actually started back in 2018. KDHE approached the Kansas SBEAP to have us offer support to their non-discharging ready mixed concrete facilities, or short RMC facilities. That way you don't have to hear me say ready mixed concrete continually throughout this presentation. But the biggest issue that KDHE was concerned about at the time were the earthen constructed basins that the drum for the concrete trucks were being rinsed out and washed out at the end of every day. Obviously, you don't want any of that residue left in that drum. So each truck can handle between anywhere between 50 to 300 gallons in a water tank. They'll usually rinse it out, run their truck mixer drum backwards for a little bit, and then eject all the contents out into a basin. And that basin would then either let it evaporate or percolate. In some instances, some of the ready-mix concrete facilities actually have a discharge permit. We did not deal with those. I believe as Wendy was talking about earlier, when she mentioned the DMRs, that is something that all of these facilities used to have to do, but are no longer doing because they are in that non-discharging category now. During the first 2.5 years of this project, we really didn't get a lot of traction, unfortunately. There were a few facilities that had some major issues that were identified through KDHE's inspection. And we went in and we helped them. A matter of fact, there was one in southwestern Kansas that we actually had to get through the permitting process. The district found them and they were located in a very rural area, didn't even have their NPDES permit paperwork started. And so we were able to get them through that. That was probably the biggest piece of work during that first 2.5 years. We also contacted and worked with the Kansas Ready Mix Concrete Association, KRMCA. They helped us by letting us contact their members and also present at their trade association conference that they have every year in Kansas City in the winter time. And moving on to the next slide here. In 2021, we had some major changes to the project. Myself and the project manager for KDHE had a discussion, and we were a little bummed that we weren't getting as much traction as we wanted to doing it the previous way. And we kind of came up with a different direction for the project. And I'm going to give a little bit of background here as to why that direction changed. In Kansas, the ready mix concrete industry for non-discharging facilities has a general categorical permit set up, and that categorical permit renews every 5 years. The upcoming renewal will happen next year in 2022. In order to have that categorical NPDES permit, KDHE needs to show the EPA that it has control over that categorical, all of those facilities in order to maintain that general permit. And the general permit does things like allows the non-discharging category to not have to submit every quarter a sheet to the Topeka office that says we did not have any discharge, we did not do any sampling. It allowed that just to kind of go away, which freed up a lot of the work in Topeka and freed up a little bit of the regulatory burden on these facilities. So it's a good thing, but in order to keep that going, Kansas has to show that they are in tight control over that categorical group of facilities. As a lot of facilities, as agencies, as private businesses have experienced, there was a lot of staffing issues due to COVID, and there still remains some remaining COVID issues as far as staffing goes for a number of institutions, both private and public. KDHE, especially in some of their district offices, had some of these issues, and in order to make sure that all of these non-discharging ready mix facilities were able to be visited and that the administration of that general permit could retain in Kansas, they approached Kansas SBEAP and said, listen, we would love for you to proactively perform some site compliance assessments. These are not inspections. These are different. We are not obviously KDHE employees. We are not regulators. We are usually working on the backside of this issue, but understanding the benefit that this general permit has to all of these facilities, we decided to step in and allow ourselves to provide some help. Overall, there's 135 of these non-discharging ready mix concrete sites across the state of Kansas, and they want us to visit them all. So some of the parameters that we had to put together in order to make this work, like I said earlier, when we started this project, we weren't getting much traction as far as contacting these facilities ourselves and saying, hey, listen, we're here to help. In order to show up and let everybody know that we were doing these site compliance assessments, we told KDHE, hey, listen, we're going to need some help getting in that front door. And they did. They drafted a letter, and they send out this letter to each group of these facilities that we're going to take a look at before time. And I've got to say, so far, after going through 2 of these districts, that letter has helped. We've not been refused by a single facility. As a matter of fact, most of them have gotten the letter and they've gotten prepared for our compliance assessment visits. Again, we were doing this on a district by district basis. The state of Kansas, KDHE, has 6 districts throughout the state. North Central is the one that we started in first, but there's Northwest, North Central, Northeast, and then Southwest, South Central, and Southeast. We will, before going into a district, we meet with their inspection staff. We meet with their district administrator. We have a talk and let them know what we're doing. Even though our project is being administered out of Topeka, we understand that there's a lot of parts and pieces to this, not only on the industry side, but also on the regulatory side. And so we've had to step in a little bit and act as coordinators for some of these pieces amongst KDHE to make sure that everything was working smoothly. Certainly, when you go into a facility and you're telling them what they could do better, you want to make sure that you've got all of your ducks in a row to make sure that they're listening and listening appropriately. The assessment criteria that we use when we go in, we wanted to make sure that this was not a surprise issue. We very much operate on transparency as SBEAPs, and we wanted to make sure that that was included as part of this project. And so the assessment criteria is published on our website, and I will show everybody exactly what that criteria looks like here in just a second. And then at the end, we write up an assessment report based on what we saw when we go out and do a visit with these facilities. We let them know that, and the way that the language is written in the report is, hey, we don't feel that you would be in compliance if KDHE were to come up here and do this inspection right now. And we feel that if you address these issues, that should bring you into compliance. So again, we are not taking that step and telling people what to do. We're giving them our basic evaluation of what their situation is and how we, in our working with KDHE, would KDHE would view what they are doing currently at their site. And so that's how we get around making sure that we are not crossing that boundary of becoming a regulator or being seen as a regulator. And I think we've managed to delineate this project pretty well. It's been a little tedious in some points, but again, Nancy has worked very closely with the folks there at KDHE to make sure that this project contract is set up in a way that benefits everyone. And just to show you an example of what this, it's actually a 4-page sheet, but this is what it looks like. We go through, this is the same sheet that KDHE would use when they show up. So it's very much applicable. And I'd like to point out a couple of things on here. As you can see right here, there are some, down here, you see some letters and some numbers after each one of these items. And it's really kind of nifty. And again, this is one of the things that our close involvement with the district offices was able to provide, was that each one of those actually corresponds to their NPDES permit. And so when we get questioned about like, well, why are you looking at this? Or what does this involve? We can go back and say, listen, this is the permit that you signed and that you have that's with the state of Kansas, and it lists all of your legal responsibilities. And it's been very nice to be able to explain that very simply, very succinctly to these facilities, so we don't get caught in a round situation of like, well, you say this, we think this. It's been very, again, knock on wood, so far, very cut and dry and very beneficial, like I said, not only for us, but for the KDHE and these facilities. And kind of to conclude things, we've gotten through 2 districts so far. We've completed, like I said, the Northeast and North Central for a total of 52 facilities. The washout basin issue that we thought was going to be a main concern at most of these facilities actually has turned out to not be as big of an issue. It's only been an issue at 2 of the facilities so far. The vast majority of this is paperwork, making sure that facilities are doing their stormwater pollution prevention plans and fulfilling all of the obligations for that. Next up, we will be working in the southeast portion of Kansas. And Lena and I are already starting to make some appointments for visits heading down that way. And we hope that the project will be concluded by early spring of this coming year. So I know that was a lot of information and a lot of talking very fast, but it's a good project, a little bit a step away, I know, from the air side of things that we typically focus on as SBEAPs. But it sounds like from what Jennifer was explaining that's going on up in Iowa, that's very similarly structured projects where we're trying to help these folks achieve compliance, as well as help the outreach of the regulatory agencies to make sure that they are reaching the facilities that they need to. So. And with that, if there's any questions, I'll be happy to take those.
Any questions for Arthur on this project? I would just say a couple of things when, oh gosh, when Wendy Luby was showing the data on NPDES and the major non-compliance, if I'm saying it right, we could see that Kansas actually had probably the lowest amount. It looked like Iowa had a lot of opportunity for this, and so did Missouri. Is that right, Arthur?
I think so.
Yeah.
And but then again, too, that data also included some of those public
That's right.
Wastewater treatment facilities. And I know specifically over in Missouri, our neighbors to the east, their karst geology, specifically down in the southern half of the state, causes a lot of those issues when you don't have good soils and you've got very porous bedrock conditions. It can make wastewater treatment quite challenging. So
If it was record keeping.
yeah, and to the record keeping for this is really if facilities aren't used to doing that, it can be a challenge to get into that mode of doing what you need to do when you need to do it.
So one of the things I love about this project is that, well, a couple of things. Arthur and Lena are keeping really a nice spreadsheet, and they are able to track like what are the non-compliance issues, and that is going to give us some data at the end of the project so that we can, you know, possibly have some papers, or I really think we might want to have a follow-up to some of these compliance initiatives. But I will say, like Arthur said, Arthur and Lena have been able to identify some miscommunications between like Topeka headquarters and the districts and what's going on in the field. So as SBEAPs are really good at, we are able to kind of be that person who steps back and looks at, okay, what is the regulator saying here? What's maybe the field person saying? You know, what's the company saying, and how do we make this all work together? So they're doing a great job with this project, and it is a heavy, heavy lift. We probably went through 5 different drafts of the project description in order to really get it to be something that we were comfortable with as an SBEAP, because I put this question out to Maine. And a lot of states got back to us and said, we never do this. We, you know, as a 507 program, not just because it was NPDES, but just because of the kind of the compliance initiative part of it. But I really think it's one of those win-wins where we can work with this whole industry sector. We can help the regulator achieve the goals, increase compliance rates, educate small businesses, and build relationships so that going forward, we have good relationships now with this sector.
I agree.
Are we doing any other compliance initiatives around the region that either Keith or Bob or Belinda, you guys know about, where you're focusing on a sector and doing outreach specifically to permitted people, entities?
It's been a while, but I know initially there was a lot of outreach on the tampering of vehicles, of just getting the information out there that kind of, hey, just a heads up, we're soon going to be enforcing this. And so, yeah, just to get the message out that it's going to start, but I guess I'm more on the permitting side, so I'm not sure of any other compliance outreach we're doing right now.
Nancy, we're not really doing a sector effort at this point. We're just handling the individual inquiries at the right now. Like Keith mentioned, we with our inspection maintenance program, and we have safety automobile inspections, just the safety program in general. Again, we're talking about different agencies being involved with highway patrol and all that, but we have dealt with some of the tampering issues on that, if that's what Keith's talking about.
Okay, anything, any other discussion on this? All righty, we are slated to take a very short break and then come back, and Jennifer Collins, who is our National Steering Committee Chair, I know is on, and Paula Hoag, who is our ASBO. They are slated to give an update starting at about noon. So we're running just a couple minutes behind schedule, but if everyone wants to try to return in about 5 or 6 minutes, let's take a break. And we are in the time period here where we have our guest speakers from the NSC, the National Steering Committee, and EPA ASBO. They are here to give us a brief update. So Jennifer, I have you listed first on the agenda. So let's have you take it away, and then you can just toss it to Paula when you're done.
Great, thank you, Nancy. And thank you for the invitation to speak today to your group. I appreciate you all making the effort to come together and talk regionally about your ideas and experiences that you're going through right now. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity for you to compare notes. I know that I had a question from you guys that about Region 5, what we do in our region. And we meet monthly, and we do have an hour-long call where we share just what's going on in each of our states. And it is only amongst the SBEAPs typically, and our EPA, RASBL, and another EPA representative. I think that maybe you all were talking about whether to have more frequent meetings or not. We do find them very useful and helpful to understand what's going on with other states. And often we have a topic that we're discussing for each meeting, and we bring our thoughts to the meeting from our prospective states. So hopefully that helps you to make that decision for your region. Just wanted to provide a little bit of updates on what we've currently been working on at the NSC. We recently had Donovan Grimwood involved in coordinating some work with Rhonda Wright and OAQPS on the national rule for oil and gas methane reduction And that was our recent effort in November to host. Actually, I think that's going on today. One of them meetings is going on today. There's 3 meetings that are occurring, and just to get more input on this rule, and have a good conversation amongst different industry groups and also small businesses that might be impacted. So I know that he's been working very diligently on these group meetings. We also have been working, I recently presented to the RASBLs on behalf of the National SBEAP, and really had a good discussion there about our roles and how we serve our states. And I think it was helpful for them to understand what some of our stumbling blocks are and where we could use assistance from them. So I think that we're going to continue that conversation, and I will be going back to another one of their meetings. I think they're planning on meeting, I think, quarterly on that. We also connected with NACA to talk with the heads of the air agencies that are involved in that group. Actually, I guess it was open to all of their members, but we had a nice dialogue related to how we could better partner, and also just to really clarify our role. A lot of the air agency heads had great questions as to where we would get involved and why it was helpful for us to be involved in handling questions that a small business may have, and they just don't have the time to be involved at that detailed level that we could be involved with the small businesses. So I think that was a really successful meeting as well. And we are still working with Miles Kehoe, the current executive director, to see if there are any additional partnerships available for us there, definitely as far as educational opportunities for SBEAPs and other ways that we can get specific information about rules and permitting and other training that might be available. And I also wanted to mention that we established an EJ task force this year, and that is being led by Lisa Aschenbrenner Hunt out of Wisconsin. And she has met, and if you're interested in that, we sent out something to Maine, but if you're still interested in that area or need more information for the work that you're doing in your state, please feel free to reach out to her directly. And they will be putting together resources, and I think getting with the website committee to post those to the national website when they have them all really culled down, to not just send people everywhere, but just to have a concise summary of what's available for people to implement EJ work. And we also are looking, one of the recommendations that came out of the first meeting that they had was to possibly get a representative to the National Environmental Justice Advisory Council. And the appointments for that don't occur until December. And so we are currently working on with a representative to see if they might nominate themselves for that role. And we have someone who is willing and able. I think Jennifer Dixon from Michigan works in that area, has done some work in Michigan with environmental justice, and also has the support of her administrator to move forward on that nomination. So we'll look forward to seeing if that if that can move forward. Let's see, anything else? Many of you know that Tony Pendola has worked on the 6H side of things. And so he recently has given several presentations on 6H to multiple groups, including the National Tribal Air Association and Heavy Duty Repair Forum. He's continuing to work on the RegNav tool related to that and to do some additional video capability with the training portion of that. He had a little glitch in who was going to produce that, and I think that he's overcome that hurdle to move forward again with that project. And I think that's all. We're continuing to, one last comment is we're continuing to work on the annual training. And we know that for, if you haven't already heard, that for 2022, we will not be coming together as far as in person as a whole group. And that's somewhat disappointing, but I know that we will have some training available and definitely aim for 2023 to come together as a group. Any questions? Is there anything that you would like to see happen at the national level that you're not seeing or hearing about? As far as anything that the National Steering Committee can do?
We've had a pretty talkative group today, so anything from, I guess it would mostly be, I mean, Jennifer is really great about attending the NSC. And so Iowa and Kansas are on, and then we try to communicate anything out. But just wanting to make sure that, you know, Bob or Belinda in Missouri, Nebraska, if you guys have anything nationally you need support on, we would love to hear that.
Nancy, my only thought was what you had suggested earlier, taking things up to the national level if there's national initiatives that we can kind of align with.
Yeah. So Jennifer and Paula, one of the things that we talked to Wendy Luby about and Keith is Wendy's with the Enforcement Compliance Assurance Division. And one of the things that we talked to them about were if we have compliance initiatives across multiple states that we could implement simultaneously, of course, with EPA funding, right? Or some kind of coordinated effort, then all of us, let's say it's oil and gas, and then all of us could really leverage each other's knowledge and the way we're handling issues, outreach material development, et cetera, and really have a big impact across the nation. And so that might be a pipe dream, but I think if we keep floating those, you know, kinds of ideas up, especially since I feel like we have probably one of the strongest networks of SBEAPs right now, you know, thanks to EPA support with the website and the listservs and everything. So
I agree. Yeah, I think that we need to revisit the connection with ECAD folks from the national level as well. So that's a good point. Thank you.
okay.
All right, I'll turn this over to Paula. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Jennifer. Okay, can everybody see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I didn't have anything prepared slide-wise, but I did think actually this was a good time for me to just introduce myself if I haven't met any of you all. My name is Paula Hoag, and I'm EPA's Asbestos and Small Business Ombudsman. And Nancy has been great and invited me to, I think, at least a couple of these annual meetings that you have in the regions. And I think it's great that you guys host this because it's certainly nice to kind of get together and talk about where we are, where we've been in the last year, and where we're going. And that got me thinking a lot about, what I could share with you all today. I think this time of year is really interesting, at least here in EPA, because we kind of reflect on the last year and then look at developing priorities going forward. So, and also I kind of view this time, given we're moving into the holidays, I think of this time as sharpening the saw for those of you that are familiar with the 7 habits of highly effective people, because we look at what we need to do for training and things like that too. So I'm in the middle of kind of reflecting on a lot of that and prioritizing what we want to do going forward. And so I thought I'd just share some of the accomplishments that we've done over FY21. And so some of the big ones that we've done here, I'm just going to look at my notes, but so those of you that aren't familiar, we have an ombudsman hotline, and it focuses on both asbestos ombudsman and small business ombudsman. They're actually 2 unique roles combined into one program. And so we have this hotline that we offer to the community or the public to answer a lot of questions on, a lot of the questions that come in are focused on asbestos, but we also do get questions focused on small business regulatory compliance and enforcement issues. And we've done a lot of work to help really develop that piece more. We worked on a SOP, so standard operating procedures, which had never been done before. We created a new system for how we manage our intake process and how we collect our information, and then how we will then generate data to export into reports, which is kind of another piece that we really haven't done. But it is a big calling card of the ombudsman role to collect the information that we're hearing and then put out some sort of recommendation or report. And so that's where I'm really trying to get our program to focus on. So that's something that we did in 21 was develop the hotline SOP. We also had completed some outreach and communication materials in FY20, and we worked on disseminating those in early 21. So a lot of work on our website was also updated and having all those materials available there. And then lastly, probably the most focus was given, at least for me specifically, on really researching the 507 history and really getting to pull together information, work with our Office of General Counsel, because a number of things came up, a number of questions came up in the regions about who does what here at EPA when there are problems in the states. And traditionally, the ombudsman role has been a huge partner with the states regarding this program, which has been awesome. But I think over the years, there may have been some confusion about the role of the ombudsman, not only just traditionally what a federal ombudsman is supposed to do, but also based on the statute language, because this program is unique that it has statutory requirements out of the Clean Air Act, and it does actually define the federal small business ombudsman's role in this, unique 507 program. So I worked closely with Office of General Counsel, with EPA leadership, and really spent some time and decided to put together a strategy, or at this point it was a monitoring and reporting strawman is what we called it. So it's a concept that I wanted to turn into a strategy. And the idea behind that, the purpose is to really ensure that I am outlining my plan on how to meet my statutory requirements. Because both asbestos ombudsman role and the small business ombudsman role both have statute language defining the role of the ombudsman. And so again, this was a thing that has never been done to really clarify what the statute language says for the role and how, as the ombudsman, I plan to carry that out. I have shared that with the states, with Jennifer and Donovan, at least the concept, and how we've been looking closely at that, and then how I'm starting to work on vetting that strategy within the agency. And the intent is to also share that with the states, because you all are, of course, impacted by that, given a big chunk of that is focused on the 507 program. So that was for FY21. It's just kind of building up some of that research, putting together the straw man, and now I'm currently working on vetting that within the agency. I'll touch a little bit more on that in a minute, but just as we look towards FY22, I want to build on some of these things more. So we're working on FAQs that will be included on our website to build on the standard operating procedures for the hotline. And that'll help answer some questions and confusion that comes up about what is the ombudsman role, how can we help, what is it that we do, what is it we do not do, because there are really some things that we as the ombudsman cannot do. And I think that's been really important to clarify sometimes, just really being intentional about how I can help and what my limitations are as the ombudsman. Some of the other things that we're looking at, as Jennifer mentioned, there's this EJ work group that's building in the National Steering Committee. And of course, here at EPA, the working with EJ or underserved communities is a big push from this administration, a really big priority. So we want to help support that. And in my role, my office, the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, we already have a lot of experience working with underserved communities, at least in the business field, with small or minority women-owned businesses, historically underutilized businesses, so hub zone businesses, and a number of others. But we want to continue to expand on that. So we're going to, I'm sitting in on that work group that meets for the NSC, and I want to help try to bridge that partnership between the NSC EJ work group and EPA. And I'm trying to reach out to our EJ headquarters office to see if I can set up a meet and greet so that the Environmental Justice Office at EPA is more familiar with all the great work that you all do and could help maybe think through some ways to partner out in the regions on what's happening on the ground and how to coordinate with the state programs. So more to come on that. I'm also looking to coordinate with our American Indian Environmental Office, at least just to introduce ourselves and see if there's a way to broaden our discussion and think through some possible partnership opportunities and outreach events. Of course, trying to assure that we're working with tribal businesses and that they are comfortable coming to the ombudsman for support if they have questions about environmental regulations. So just kind of trying to connect some of those dots. And I think that's a big part of the ombudsman role. Let's see, another thing. Oh, so the Small Biz at EPA Bulletin, hopefully you all are familiar with that and you received that. It's a monthly newsletter that my office sends out, and it's a team effort here within our office. It's not something that we're statutorily required to do. It is something we've historically done in this program. It does take a good amount of our time and effort to try to pull together what we hope are useful updates about what's happening here at EPA in terms of reg development and rules and policies or webinars, things that may be of interest to the small business community or that are focused on environmental issues that may impact small business. That's something that's always one of those really like trying to nail Jello to a wall as far as what will be of interest to small businesses, what rules or regulations will impact small business. We don't always know that, unless of course they're in those small business advocacy review panel regulations, which are usually far and few between. So, but we do develop that and we're looking to improve that. We actually just recently got over 2,000 new subscribers. And that was a process to try to take some old newsletters that we had in our environmental enforcement office and Compliance Assistance Office and reached out and added those contacts to our newsletter. So we're really happy to have some more readership, but it has now added some possible, like, wanting to get more support on improving our outreach and maintaining that newsletter. So we're looking at improving that. We'll have more information to come as we get some better idea of how we may be able to do that, either through a subscription service or something that will hopefully improve our services for the public and the small business community. So the last thing I just thought I'd touch on was just going back to the monitoring and reporting strategy for my program. And I think that's probably one of the most of interest things to you all, given that really, this 507 program, the focus is on ensuring that the states have a small business environmental assistance program, ensuring that EPA is working with the states on ensuring that they have compliance assistance program for small businesses. But given that this is a 30-year-old program, in my research and kind of reviewing all the policies that have happened over the years and the kind of little divots in the road that have changed the trajectory of things, we've gotten a little bit off course. And that's again why my focus to finalize this strategy so that everybody's familiar with what the intent behind a report from the ombudsman, what that report will cover, when it will come out, and how that report will be pulled together, I think is going to be really helpful, because I know in the past the Small Business Ombudsman has worked directly with the states to develop a report that was initially, it was stated in the statute to be a report to Congress. There's been some, I don't know how to really describe it. There's been a little bit of a confusion along the way as to if the report goes directly to Congress, if we make it just available to Congress. But nonetheless, we're just really trying to get that all sorted out, make sure that we're working within the agency to ensure nobody's blindsided, and that we'll do the same thing with the states as well when we are ready to share that, so that you all are familiar with where we are at now with the program, and the intent for how the ASBO is going to move forward with its monitoring and reporting. But it will be a little bit different than it has been in the past. We have gotten some feedback from our general counsel that the intent for the reports are not necessarily to be focused on the states and how the states are complying with the statutory requirements, but actually for how the EPA or the federal program is adhering to the 507 program requirements. And so that's a really big distinction, but it does actually align with what is traditionally expected of a federal ombudsman when they develop reports. Those are typically within the organization. Those reports are focused on how the organization is responding to complaints or concerns or problems. So I hope that makes sense. I hope there's more to come on that, but I just wanted to share that with you all. And we are working closely on that. I think we're making some good headway. So I thought I'd just take this time. Of course, I want to answer any questions you may have on what I just talked about, but also if you want to give feedback on priorities or things that you would like for my office to focus on going forward, I think that would be helpful as well.
Great, thank you so much, Paula. And I know Jennifer has to jump off here. She has another meeting, but are there any questions for Paula or Jennifer or input for Paula on the direction?
Well, you also can always feel free to email me or give me a call. I think that's, a great way if you feel more comfortable doing one-on-one. I think I'm always open to hear for feedback that way as well.
That's great. Yeah, Paula, you covered a lot, and it's really, really good information. So I hear from you once a month, you know, in NSC, but I learned some new things today. So I appreciate you providing that detail.
Great. Well, thank you.
All
Enjoy the
right.
rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we come to this point where we do the state updates. And so we'll go over to just in the order that I have it listed on the agenda. And so we've already heard from Keith Johnson. So we have already had kind of the EPA updates. So I didn't want to make sure I wasn't missing out on you, Keith, but if you have something more you want to share, you're welcome to. But otherwise, let's start with Iowa, and then we'll go Missouri, Nebraska, and Kansas.
All right, Christine, do you want to start off with anything from DNR?
No, I don't really have anything right now. So, but if I think of something, maybe I'll add something at the end if that's all right.
Yep, that's fine. So you guys heard a lot about one of our main things that we've been working on with the feed mill outreach already. That also, Christine touched on it a little bit. We've also been doing some outreach to grain elevators also during that time. So those have been kind of the, I guess, industry specific things we've been working on. In addition to that, we also are currently working on updating our compliance calendars. And I know a lot of you have those for certain industries. We have a compliance calendar for the dry cleaners, as well as gasoline bulk plants. We have large plants as well as the small gasoline bulk plants. We have a calendar for each one of those and for the requirements that they have. So we're working on updating those currently. Those are 2-year calendars. So those will be ready to go for the 2022, 2023 calendar years for those industries. So those will be ready and released here very soon. In addition to that, one other new thing that we're working on this year, kind of with inspiration from the feed mill inspection guide that was created when we were working on those, updating those documents. The idea came up that maybe we should try to put together we're going to call it a self-audit guide for businesses here in Iowa related to air quality regulations. So we are in the process of kind of looking at what other states may have or what's out there. And we've started putting together kind of a draft of what that guide is going to look like. And so we are in the process of doing that. We're going to include things such as, permitting, record keeping, if there's any NESHAP related, just basic information on NESHAPs, exemptions, modifications, just different things that businesses should look at related to air quality compliance. So if any of the states that are on here today have anything that they currently have for businesses, like some sort of self-audit guide or guidance that they provide to businesses, feel free to share that with me. I may steal some ideas from you. But we're working on that currently. So once we get that done, I'll be sure to share that out with anybody who might be interested. And then I guess another big thing that's a major part of our contract is assistance with the emissions inventories here in the state. So we, over the years, have developed a number of tutorials and calculators and things, emission calculators for businesses to use. So every year as we lead up to that, I guess, emission inventory season, which begins in January, we look at those resources and update those. So currently we are updating some of our tutorials. So we have looked at our introductory information tutorial and we've modified that to kind of focus more on the first, I guess, like a first time user type thing. With Chris being a new employee here, it was good for her to review that tutorial from the perspective of somebody that doesn't have a lot of knowledge of the process and how it works. So she was a great resource in reviewing that and updating that. So we're really close at being done with that, and we'll have that ready to go. Like I said, we have also had some other tutorials that we've created over the years, and they just need to be updated a little bit just to make sure that we're current with the things that are going on here in the state. So I think that's pretty much covers kind of what we've been doing outside of just general assistance to businesses as they call questions regarding permitting, NESHAP, record keeping, whatever they have questions on. So staying busy for sure. Anything else, Christine?
Nope, I think you got it all covered.
All right, so we've got Missouri is next up. Bob?
I'm trying to turn my video back on here. I guess it's on. Sorry about that. We've been kind of doing some of the same things that Jennifer and Christine mentioned in Iowa. We do an annual update to our dry cleaner calendar, compliance calendar. We also have had quite a bit of activity, a flurry of activity at our department website for the natural resources website. It was redesigned. It's been kind of an ongoing effort, but we officially launched that redesign in August, and so we were still kind of working through some issues internally as well as externally with links, and particularly kind of reworking our permit guidance for both construction and operating permits. But really, we're looking at all topics. I'd say the majority, we have been back in the office as a general rule for most state agencies in Missouri since mid-May. We have not had a lot of on-site visits, compliance assistance visits. We will if somebody requests it and they're okay with us coming to visit them, but we've been doing almost everything with otherwise electronically, phone calls, emails, things of that nature. We have kind of, I know everybody's probably going through the growing pains, if you will, but for some reason, we've had quite a few staff transfer to other programs or other divisions or other departments in the last probably 6 to 8 months. And we already perpetually have about, it seems like 8 to 10 permitting engineer vacancies at all times. And then in addition to that, we've probably lost another 10 to 12 staff in the last recent months for those, due to those transfers, promotions, things of that nature. So a lot of juggling and reworking of just general duties. I would say the majority of our outreach questions have to do with pretty much turnkey type questions on what do I need to do to get a permit, or facilities that have recently bought a permitted facility that either had their permit expire, their operating permit expire, or didn't even know, or maybe the previous owner didn't have it current when they sold the business. So we're a lot of questions on just basic things on inputs and what we would need to do to figure out their potential limit, and just industry specific permit data. So it's just the general compliance assistance that everybody else is working on. I guess that's really about all I was going to mention, unless somebody had specific questions. I guess we really haven't had had large numbers of the same types of questions. It's a lot of the questions we get for our compliance assistance visits are really varied. I mean, we'll have certain industries that ask groups of questions, but we really haven't done a sector-wide outreach effort yet recently with the website redesign and some of those things that have been ongoing. So we may look at something to that possibly in the future, but the types of questions we're getting other than permit assistance have been so varied. I'm not sure that we have clearly identified what specific sector within our state would need some additional outreach specific, other than just general questions that we've been answering. So I think that's really all we have for now.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Any questions for Bob? All righty, let's turn it over to Nebraska.
Can you hear me, Nancy?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. I'm trying to get my video on next. There we go. Thanks for your patience. In Nebraska, we've been pretty busy. We get to report that our agency has moved into a brand new building, which we're super excited about. Very, very nice. There'll be a couple of additional agencies that will join us here. And we already have some working relationships with them. So it'll be entities like Department of Economic Development, the Corn Board, and things like that. So I think just being close in proximity will help us with some of our outreach efforts and maybe some more communication that's related to the ag sectors, which is one of the areas where we're challenged to get outreach to. A lot of folks maybe aren't leveraging electronic resources to get to the information that they need to, or they don't know how to get to those resources on our website, et cetera. So we're excited about the move, the new building, and that close proximity to those other entities. We've also undergone in-house functional reorganization. We are no longer divided between air, water, land, and waste. We are now in divisions that align based on their job duties. So monitoring and remediation, permitting and engineering, planning and aid, and inspection and compliance are interesting dynamics for our agency to undergo, because in some ways, like Bob mentioned, we have a lot of people going out. We have a lot of new folks coming in. We have a lot of the people that have been here for a long time that are training those new folks, but they're also receiving cross-training because somebody from water or MPDES may have been involved in permitting previously for that particular area, but now that they're all grouped together, they may help work on an air permit. So there's a lot of in-house, in-reach, as well as a lot of outreach going on with that functional reorganization. For those that don't know, Nebraska about 2 years ago put out a permit matrix. It's a Excel spreadsheet on steroids, essentially, that goes through each one of the permits that we issue. It provides all of the guidance documents, links to supporting regulations, et cetera, in that spreadsheet. And we just went back through, corrected any broken links, and updated that less than 3 weeks ago, and then put that up under the environmental assistance tab that's on our website. So we're pretty proud of that tool. Tough for maybe a layperson to initially figure out how to navigate it. We're still looking at potential ways to lift that up to the website and make it a stepwise thing that small business can access. We have focused on electronic outreach, as I'm sure many of you have as well. We did 9 total webinars in 2021, along with 15 other events for outreach. We are still in the process of finishing up some of our red tape review, which was previous administration executive order directed, and did some initial outreach and public hearings on that, as well as an industry outreach meeting this spring. We had a total for those events of over 1,000 folks reached. I'd like to thank those that put on the webinar training call a couple of weeks back. That was fantastic. I got so much information out of that on how we can do it better going forward. But in 2021, we reached over 1,000 people through either our webinars or our other electronic events, which was a record for us. And we get a lot of information back through post-event surveys. For those that have attended, we immediately pop up a mini survey at the end. And then we kind of know where to focus our topics going forward into the future. We're multi-programmatic here at NDEE, so we have construction stormwater and industrial stormwater. We have general permits that are changing under those programs, and a couple of those have been administratively extended currently. So we're working on putting together some panel discussions in the beginning quarter of 2022 and bringing in members of the regulated community to participate in those panel discussions and have our inspectors and program experts in the field as well. In 2021, we had a record number of compliance assistance visits. For us, we did 7. Some of the sector-specific outreach that I put into chat earlier came out of some of those visits, and we realized we have a lot more work to do. But we worked with sand and gravel operations, ag pelletizing. They make some food stock through extrusion. That was a really interesting process. I'd be interested if anybody had any information on stockpiling rigs for industrial byproducts. We're just getting ready to review some local county regulations that we think may have some gaps in regard to what the state requires. So if there are some handy references or resources, we'd be grateful. We went to a cardboard packaging and printing company. We went to an assembly operations, really small business that was doing some powder coating, community college and hospital. As part of our additional efforts, so before our reorganization in-house, we had what was called a Grow Nebraska team, which was comprised of members from our compliance and inspection group as well as our permitting group. And it was decided that we were going to take that larger group and split it into 2. So now we have one group of folks that's specifically focused on new business, proposing operations in the state of Nebraska and needing permits. And then we have what we're going to call our COAT team, Compliance Outreach and Assistance team. That may change to Compliance Outreach Assistance and Training team, but we're not certain of that. So those are the ongoing quarterly meetings that we're having to figure out how we best support new business coming into the state, as well as support existing small business that may have multi-programmatic concerns. And that's everything I have.
Okay, thank you so much, Belinda. That was a lot of information.
It's a lot going on, but we're happy. We're happy to be busy and moving. It's just a lot of change, a lot of flexibility required, and lots to do always. We could certainly use 10 more of us to get the work done that we need to do.
All right. Well, we're glad that that you're able to participate. And with that, are there any questions for Nebraska? Okay. And we'll turn it over now. Kansas has a report, and Lena DeVacher is going to be reporting out for Kansas today. So I'll leave the audio on. And do you want me to turn this video on?
Just seeing, yeah, I mean, just trying to look for my video. Okay. Yeah, I guess that will work. Hi again. My name is Lena DeVacher, and I'll be giving the Kansas update today. Okay, so this is our current staff, and we, as you see, that we are a bit spread out in Kansas, and we cover the major cities. And we now have a new staff. That's Abigail Crow. She joined our team as a graphic specialist, and So that's a new, she's not full-time, but she does great job for us, helping us look good. Thank you. And so getting on to our air quality projects, like we have mainly technical assistance and program maintenance, and for air quality permits and compliance. And we also present and exhibit to various industries and service groups. And we do hotline, like most of you, hotline, and whether it is on site or Zoom. Or virtual assistance. For program maintenance, it's basically to maintain and improve the SBEAP knowledge base. We do website updates and our communications with the KDHE district inspection staff and the permit managers. So we do have different tools. You may take a look at here, like in our website, we have for whether it is introduction to air pollution or air regulations, we have different videos there. So next to our Kansas remediation projects, we have dry cleaners. There, basically, like most of the states, we do have 2 calendars, one for the pork and one for the petroleum, and we are also ready to release those calendars very soon. And we also do provide detailed compliance and pollution prevention technical assistance to dry cleaners, and we pick specific areas or zones, and then we do compliance assistance. We do provide we do give the calendars by hand, and when we do the site visit. And one major thing we did last year was to host a roundtable on the PC risk management rulemaking in Nebraska. We had attendance all from EPA, from a state agency, KDHE, and also different dry cleaner users, or the perk dry cleaner users. And from that, we learned that there is a potential SBR panel, or the Small Business Advocacy Review panel, for the PC rulemaking. And we also did an outreach to different perk users so that they can be a part of it. Under our underground storage tanks, we do provide basically, we do have compliance calendars, and also we provide technical assistance, whether it is demonstrating them how to use a tank, or to read an automatic tank gauge, or discussion of sump and different things. And we do review the record keeping and healthy facilities there. And one of our new projects is the KEAMS, that is Kansas Environmental Information Management System. We have, this is a new database which KDHE is trying to, where the clients can do the registration and their permit renewals. And we are trying to do an instructional video so that the clients, it will be helpful for the clients. And we will be hosting a webinar on KEAMS. And this is also a part of our field environmental Bureau of Environmental PFAS, that is Bureau of Environment
Field
Services, sorry. Yes, so we'll be doing that as well. And that will be focusing on the CAFO part. And this one we will be focusing on the USD and dry cleaner. And this is a Kansas water projects, like Arthur described. We have a ready mix project going on. I don't think I have to explain more about that there. And that is, we do provide a report. It's a assessment and complete checklist to those clients. And then we have NDS industrial stormwater outreach, which we again provide outreach, whether it is virtually or through on-site visits, and basically help them to be in compliance. Most of those industrial sites, we help them to give their notice of intent, whether or if it is the non-exposure certificate, which is the main step in getting a stormwater compliance. And another new, this is fairly new for us, is a harmful algal bloom, where we have developed a new toolkit for the users, and it is mainly focusing on the private water body users because our state agency does not focus on the private water body users. So those who have the algal problems, they do contact us and we provide technical assistance. We have also developed documents under these, like whether it is what happens, what do you do if it is if your pet comes in contact with HAPs, or if how to use your fertilizers. And we are also developing a new document based on water quality concerns for lakeside homeowners. So, and we had a dental amalgam rule project which just got ended, and we just wanted to mention that we reached over 400 dental clients, and we got about 100% compliance for most of them in Kansas. So that's a big win for us. And Kansas waste projects like we have technical assistance, whether it's hotline or on-site visit, like most of the projects. And we also have a compliance calendar here, but this is mostly online. We will be also producing a compliance video, which is has mainly features on hazardous waste determination, and like most of the projects we do, sectors, we do have a program maintenance, and where we will be doing trainings, conference, and other building our knowledge database. And this is our site evaluation results. You can see that 90% indicated that the initial concerns were resolved, their initial concerns were resolved, and clients ranked our assistants 9.5 out of 10. And see that with our on-site information and the report we provided them, they said that it helped them implement those recommendations, and they would, most of them, or 90% of them, would recommend our services to other groups. So that is something we are very proud of. And then we have our hotline evaluation. You can see that 97% indicated that they understand the regulations better, and 100% said that they had a prompt response to their inquiry, and they would use their our hotline services again. These are some of the nice things which they have told about us, which we would like to show. And coming to the end into the 2022 and beyond, we would like to say that we launched our new website that was last December, and following the K-State COVID protocol, we did our site visits, mask, and we followed them, but mostly we did through Zoom. And KDHE is also like doing more digital work through Teams, where their clients can renew their permits or register themselves through Teams. And then we are continuing to learn from other states and also from our national resources, and to bring value to our projects. And I would like to show you our website, a new website here. Yes. Okay. So we always have a featured banner, whichever is the priority, then we do feature. And you can see that earlier we only had more focus on the air, but now since with more funding, we have different projects. Like if you see under air, we have different sources, whether it's water quality and waste management or pollution prevention. We have our intern program and others, and can find our resources, and it's easy to navigate. And you can see, even if the clients, they can go back and they can, like if it's a dry cleaner sector or a food recovery. And for example, if I'm going through the HAB website, if it's easy to navigate, they have different things in gray, and this will bring them back to the main web page. So yes, so this is what we have right now, and thank you. And if you have any questions for me, to let me know. Okay.
All right, thank you, Lena. Any questions for Lena? All right. That was great. It is 1 o'clock, and just a couple of closing comments. Is there anyone on the call today that is interested in serving as the a Region 7 representative or alt.
Real quick, did you want this part recorded?
No, oh, yeah, not necessary. You can end recording. That'd be great. Thank you,
I'm gonna go ahead
Allison.
and end it so I can go record the technical meeting. Sorry.
Oh, perfect.